We are live.
Michael, are we live?
Yes, we are live.
Very good. We are live. In that case, I'd ask everybody to please take a seat, silence your cell phone or other apparatus. Please, no signs of emotion. If there are scores in the football game, keep it to yourself. Sig has it on at home and she doesn't want a spoiler. We are calling the meeting to order at 7:34. It's a special meeting. Please, if you are able, please rise. We will have a pledge of allegiance led by Councilor Lee Garcia. Salute to the New Mexico flag remotely by Councilor Cassidy, if you can do that for us, and an invocation from Councilor Castro.
Pledge allegiance to the
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí esta noche. No quiero tomar mucho tiempo, pero también quiero recordar un amigo, una persona que estuvo con nosotros por muchos años, Jeff Norris, que falleció recién, y quiero tomar un momento de silencio por él.
There are other people to be remembered? Yeah.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Anyone else want to remember, folks? I know Jeff is on everybody's. Councilor,
So I'd like to remember a dear friend of mine who passed recently. His name is Paul Delgado. He was an amazing musician and an incredible friend and passed away too.
anyone else? Councilor Lindell?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge, after spending the morning watching, President Carter's funeral that, inspiring, aspirational, decency, fine character. What a life. Really, really humbling to watch that. So we're thankful, and President Carter's been called to his greater rewards, which were well earned.
I want to join in the thoughts about Jeff Norris. I first met Jeff when he was publisher of The Reporter and was doing a terrific job as a business manager for the local alternative News Weekly. And then he came to work in city government and was tremendous in all of his different roles, and just enormously decent, fun, creative, smart. As it said in his obituary, he was a rascal and a romantic and a writer and a public servant and a digital wizard. He won writing competitions. He worked in fiction, and he just really was one of those people who makes all of us feel better about being around him. I'd also like to give a thought to the people in California who are struggling with horrific wildfires. To the credit of our city team, we have sent help in the form of our wildfire team, who are the best of the best. And we wish them well and keep them safe, and ask them to do their best on behalf of representing Santa Fe while they help people who are in such horrible, dire straits in California come home safe. We really appreciate your dedication. Let's take another minute and just send our regards to people who are suffering here and elsewhere and who need our support. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Presente.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner. Here. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth.
Here.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
Everyone is here.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any discussion or changes to the agenda as it's been presented? Can you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez. Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could take us to item 7A, the first item on our agenda, and give it a read so that everyone both here and at home know what is on docket.
Sorry, 7A, request for approval of an agreement with Santa Fe County for inmate confinement at the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility in the total amount of $4,800,000 for a 4-year term. With a request for approval of a budget amendment, BAR, in the amount of $600,000 to the Detention Center Fund using prior year's gross receipts tax revenue earned over budget estimates to fund increased costs in the inmate confinement agreement. And here to speak is Deputy Chief Ben Valdez.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Good to see you, Chief. If you want to give us an overview as to this item and what we are being asked to approve.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. So we're up for a renewal for the inmate confinement agreement with the County of Santa Fe. We don't maintain our own correctional facilities, so we have been doing this for quite some time. There is a significant increase in the daily rate from years past, and working with the county, they convey that, first of all, the cost to provide those services has increased, but there's also additional services that they are providing to folks that are incarcerated, which to us was a welcome relief, which included items in the area of mental health. So that was a very welcome relief, in addition to other costs that the city attorney's office, they did a phenomenal job to help us get this crafted. One thing I would just want to make sure that I highlight on this is there is a chance next year that there may be additional costs, and if that does come up, we'll make sure to convey the message, bring it to the council. But our request is for this 4-year agreement. We're hoping that the cost stays the same. However, there is a potential that there may be additional costs from next year. That's what's outlined in the agreement they have. With that, I'll stop for any.
Thank you. Are there questions, Chief Valdez? Any questions of anyone else? All good? Madam Clerk, we have a motion and we have a second. If you could please call the roll.
Counselor Chavez? Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, that takes us to item 8, where we are taking up a land use item. You would introduce that to us.
Item 8A, appeal numbers 2024-8995-APPL and 2024-8996-APL of case number 2023-7662. Appellant Brian Ningerner, sorry for mispronouncing, Orion West LLC, agent for Bungalows on Cerritos LLC, appeals the Planning Commission's decision to deny a setback variance and a slope variance for a proposed multifamily housing development located at the northwest corner of Cerritos Road and West I-25 Frontage Road. Here to present is Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Monk-Herman.
Before you begin, let me just quickly go through the process so everybody has the same set of understandings. We'll start by, if anyone on the governing body needs to disclose any communications that were outside of the bounds of fair play, they should recuse themselves now. Then we will go to the staff report. The appellant will have an opportunity for an opening statement and to introduce evidence through sworn testimony. We will then go for cross-examination of the appellant and or others. Ultimately, we'll end up with the members of the governing body having the opportunity to ask questions. And then we will close the public hearing part and we'll end up with discussion by the governing body, a motion and a vote. So it's a fairly standard operating process, and we'll just continue with our land use procedure. So you have, if you can get your laptop plugged in and the presentation working, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Let's see, I'm plugged in. Looks like nothing's coming up yet. Let me just write one more shot before I bring IT over.
Let's see if we can have a little IT assist. There we go. Thank you for the help.
Okay. Right, thank you everyone for your patience. So we're here to hear, it's two appeals tonight, but of the same land use case number. So it's Appeal 2024-8995, appeal of a setback variance request, and an appeal regarding a slope variance request. These were both appeals by the applicant to the Planning Commission. These matters were both denied by the Planning Commission, and so that those matters are being appealed to the governing body this evening. And for anyone who may not know me, my name is Rebecca Minuk Herman. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city attorney's office here in Santa Fe. So the property that is the subject of tonight's hearing is an approximately 19-acre vacant lot located in the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Cerrillos Road and I-25 West Frontage Road. The applicant is Bungalows on Cerrillos LLC. The agents for the applicant are Brian Neninger and Carl Summer. There's only one party to this appeal tonight, and that is the appellant. So there's no appellee. There's no one else other than the applicant. The standard of review for tonight's hearing is going to be de novo or anew. So the governing body will be doing an independent review of the evidence in the record and also of any new evidence that is presented during the hearing this evening. And then the governing body will independently apply the law to the facts in the record and any evidence that comes in tonight. The governing body may take the commission or staff's experience and expertise into account when deciding this appeal, but the governing body is not required to do so. The requests to the Planning Commission were as followed. The appellant's requests were the following. The appellant requested a development plan for a 141-unit detached 1- and 2-story multifamily residential development. And so in support of that development, the appellant also requested 2 variances. One was a setback variance. The applicant requested an 11-foot reduction to the 45-foot setback that is generally required in Zone 4 of the Cerrillos Road Highway Corridor District. And the applicant also requested a slope variance. They requested a variance to the terrain management ordinance that prohibits disturbances of 30% natural slopes. There's a couple of sources of applicable law in the matter tonight, and that's going to be, first of all, the variance criteria, and then also it's going to be the ordinances from which the variances are sought. And so this is a chart that I know members of the governing body have seen several times before. This is the variance criteria. So these are the criteria that an applicant must meet in order to receive a
I'm so
variance.
sorry, Mayor. If there's something that I'm supposed to be seeing on the screen, I am not seeing it. Can we fix
Okay.
that?
It is broadcast on the screens in here. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to have access to that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the Zoom. If it's the materials in the packet, I do have access to it.
Okay,
but-
it is the variance flow chart at the back of the staff report.
Okay. Just concerned if anybody else is watching, something we should try to address. Oh, hey, Dan, thank you.
All right, please do speak up if something isn't working because we don't have a visual of you right now because we've got the flow chart that is in the packet.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Escobar just informed me that the way to broadcast this through Zoom is I guess I need to log in through Zoom. Would the mayor like me to go ahead and do that so we can make sure anyone who's watching can see it?
I believe that typically the city clerk shares the
Hits the
screen.
Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
There-
You can send the Zoom to Andrea, and then she can share her screen, and then the Zoom will be played. The presentation will be played through Zoom.
Okay. So, I might need to escape the presentation just for a minute to send it to the city clerk. So maybe if you could, out for just a moment, make sure to get back on track. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get this fixed.
And Mr. Mayor, do you want me to go ahead and start from where we?
Yeah, I think you should keep rolling.
We can always add it to the record, add the presentation to the record afterward.
Yeah, that's good. Go on.
Okay, so going to the variance criteria, this is a flow chart which is located on page 9 of the memo that's currently on Civic Clerk. This is basically I'm paraphrasing section 14-3.16 of the code, which is written out in long form in Appendix 1 of the memo that's on Civic Clerk, and that's on page 8. So the criteria are as follows. The governing body in order to grant a variance, the governing body is to consider one, whether unusual physical characteristics exist that distinguish the land or structure from others in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14. If the answer to that question is yes, the adjudicator moves on to criterion 2, which is whether the special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. The answer is yes. We move on to criterion 3, which says, does the intensity of development not exceed that which is allowed on other properties in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14? Criterion 4 asks whether the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or structure. And criterion 5 asks whether the variance is not contrary to the public interest. If all 5 of those criteria are met, then the variance should be granted. If any one of those 5 criteria are not met, then the code provides that the variance should not be granted. The first code section from which the applicant seeks a variance is section 14-5.5B, the Cerrillos Road Highway Corridor Protection District, which is generally shortened to CRHC in the code. Boundaries of the CRHC are set by zones described in code provision 14-5.5B2. That section provides that it states that CRHC provisions apply to all legal lots of record that directly abut Cerrillos Road right-of-way. The land at issue for the governing body tonight is in Zone 4 of the CRHC because it is between Airport Road to the southern city limits. And I've also included here some of the reasons for the stated reason in the code for the protection district. The code states that Cerrillos Road is one of Santa Fe's busiest thoroughfares, one of Santa Fe's primary entranceways, and one of the community's major commercial strips. And for these reasons, it is the purpose and intent of the CRHC district to assure that Cerrillos Road accommodates through and local traffic, provides a visually attractive introduction to Santa Fe, allows for clear identification of and easy access to commercial institutional establishments, provides for a gradual transition between rural character of the county and the urban character of the city, and also accentuates to the greatest extent possible architecture and landscaping rather than parking lots and commercial signage. The specific section of the CRHC protection district is code section B4 A3, which provides setback requirements. This is the code provision from which for which the variance is sought. And specifically, this requires that in Zone 4, in which this property is located, that there be a 45-foot setback or 20% of the lot's depth, whichever is less. So here, the 45-foot setback applies because it is less than 20% of the lot's depth. The property is in Zone 4. Here, the entire 19-acre parcel is not currently being subdivided. It's one single lot. So 45 feet is much less than 20% of the 19-acre lot's total depth. And so here's the purpose for the terrain and storm water management provisions. That section provides that the terrain and stormwater management provision is intended to protect, maintain, and enhance the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens in the natural environment of Santa Fe. There's a number of considerations when looking at this code provision and how to enforce it. Some of those provisions include protection from flood dangers, minimizing destruction of natural landscape, protecting the scenic character of Santa Fe from visual blight and indiscriminate cuts and fills, and respect, protect, maintain, and restore natural drainage ways, wetlands, bosques, floodplains, steep slopes, riparian vegetation, and wildlife habitat areas. And so all of this comes from Code Section 14-8.2A. And so the terrain subsection that a variance is sought, from which a variance is sought specifically, is the grading subsection. That section provides that natural slopes 30% or greater shall remain undisturbed except for arroyo crossings and no more than 3 isolated occurrences of sloped areas where each individual disturbance shall not exceed 1,000 square feet as approved by the city engineer. This provision applies solely to the construction of roads, driveways, and utility placements and is not intended to allow development on natural slopes exceeding 30%. So this is the language from the code. The bolding is mine to kind of highlight some of the language that I think is relevant for the governing body's consideration tonight. Here, the applicant is asking to disturb about 4,765 square feet of 30% or greater natural slope. And this is for a residential development. City engineer therefore doesn't have authority to waive or modify these requirements administratively in this instance. And that is why I believe the applicant proceeded with the request for a variance. Applicant has argued that they meet all 5 approval criteria in their petition, all 5 variance approval criteria. And so that is their burden. So they do need to, in order to grant the variance, the governing body must find that the applicant meets all 5 of those criteria. However, I think the main focus of the governing body's attention tonight should essentially be on criteria 1 and 2. Staff has basically concluded that because criteria 1 and 2 were not met, criterion 4 and 5 also were not met, because if it was feasible to develop the property in compliance with the code, then the variance would exceed the minimum variance that would make possible the reasonable use of the land or structure that's provided in criterion 4. And also that the variance is not in the public interest as is required in criterion 5. So all of that analysis is included in the staff report to the Planning Commission, which is included in your packet of materials, all of that analysis from staff. When considering the special circumstances, the governing body should consider whether the Arroyo de los Chamisos and the requirement to comply with certain NMDOT requirements constitute special circumstances. That is the position that the applicant has taken. While the Arroyo de los Chamisos is naturally occurring and the NMDOT requirements are created by government action, the governing body may wish to elicit some testimony or other evidence from the applicant tonight regarding, 1, whether these circumstances, quote, distinguish the land from others in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14 as required by Criterion 1, and also whether the applicant received any benefit from the government in exchange for the agreement to develop the property with applicable NMDOT requirements. If the governing body determines that special circumstances do exist, then the next step is to determine whether those circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with with the standards of Chapter 14. And so just here again is slide hasn't moved forward yet. Let me try one more time. Should be on 14. Sorry. So here again is the variance criteria. So so special circumstances is criteria number 1. The governing body has to make a determination whether there are special circumstances before moving on to any further variance criteria. So the next issue The next issue on appeal is whether it's infeasible to develop the property in compliance with the code for reasons other than financial cost. So the appellant has argued that construction of this development would not be feasible without a setback requirement. And so this is one of the images from the applicant's materials. And so as you can see, some of their development extends into that 45-foot setback area. And so that is the position that they've taken because the development that they have designed would extend into that 45-foot setback. Essentially, their project would be infeasible. Next one, you. And so appellant also has argued that construction of this development would not be feasible without building on the 30% slopes. Again, here's another picture from some of the applicant's materials showing where some of their proposed development would extend into some 30% slopes. As you can see here, they've indicated 30% slopes are in red. And so some of the structures that they've proposed building, would be in that area. Yeah. And so just here again is the variance criteria, just kind of as a refresher on where we are. So this is whether those special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with Chapter 14. So there are and so we've suggested 3 potential motion options for the governing body tonight. Motion option 1 is to move to grant the appeal, reverse the commission's decision to deny the variances, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion. Motion option 2 is one could move to deny the appeal, affirm the commission's decision to deny the variances, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion. Or option 3 is one could move to deny the variances on a separate basis from the basis described in the commission's findings of fact and conclusions of law. In particular, for example, if the governing body determines that the setback variance or slopes variance failed to meet code criteria for reasons that are different from those than that which the commission identified, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with that motion. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll make way for the next speaker.
Thank you very much. If we could now hear from the appellant, and perhaps you can use your time for up to 20 minutes of making your case for us. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. No, nor did we count the tech time for our staff. We're going to need to swear some people in. Maybe we can do that while we're setting up the technology.
Wherever counselors, Mr. Sommer, it just depends on what you're testifying. If you're testifying to facts. Okay. Okay. If you're referring to facts in the record, then we would not require it, but yeah. Wherever counselors, we don't have the language for swearing in at our fingertips.
Do you swear or affirm that the
Help is
testimony?
on the help is on the way. Help is on the way. That's what I'm about to discover. Mr. Escobar, do you have the standard land use case language?
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? And do you understand the penalties of perjury?
Anyone else going to be testifying? You want to do them all at the same time? Let's just do it in one fell swoop.
Please raise your right hand, and if you can step up to the mic, please. State your name and address for the record.
571 East Albuquerque.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
Brian Nenninger, 2213 Brothers Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
City Clerk, I would recommend maybe taking a picture of that since you're gonna have to do that for all the other land use cases.
Counselor, thank you. He is going to send it to me.
Awesome.
Mr. Summer, now your clock starts.
Mr. Mayor, I have some photographs that I'm going to refer to. If I could hand those out and approach you all.
Mr. Mayor, is there any way that those could be somehow sent to me?
I'm not sure can you take a picture of the pictures and send them to Counselor Cass?
Counselor Cassett, I'll send them to you. This is Counselor Chavez.
Thank you.
We'll get them over to you right now. Thank you for. Okay.
Let's do her.
I think it's being taken care of.
First of all, I'd just like to thank you all. This is a special meeting. We appreciate you having done this. For whatever angst was created last month among staff and getting the agenda and you all setting it here, I really appreciate that. We really appreciate it. Who are we? I represent cabin companies, and Mr. Jeremy Hall is the representative of cabin companies. It's a closely held family company that does rental projects in Arizona, New Mexico. They are fully vertically integrated. They buy, they develop, they design, they build, and they stabilize their projects. They're not somewhere in that chain. So they are making an investment in this city. They have already bought this property. They are not here going, well, if we get this approval, they're in, they're going to develop this property. Why are we here? On the board is the two reasons why we're here, and staff went over those. I'm not going to go over them, but one of them is the reduction in the setback from 45 feet down to 34 feet at the most, and down to 9 feet in another part. And I'll go over what that looks like. The second one is there is 0.006% of this project that requires the disturbance of 30% grades, 0.006 acres. So it's 4,800 square feet out of this 19 acres that we're requesting a variance. And I'll go over exactly both of these. This first variance was granted when Beaver Toyota owned this property years and years ago. And I'll tell you why it is we're here. What I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to give you a little background. I'm going to go over the variance criteria. Mr. Ron Bohannon, who is an engineer who's done all the work on this project, is going to give you some geotechnical background about the variance information, as well as the Department of Transportation requirements. There are $2 million of public improvements that the Department of Transportation says need to be made to make this intersection safe. talk a little bit about that history. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'll do it as quickly as I can. I'm sorry I'm moving so fast, but so this site was graded, and here is a picture of it. You saw it in the earlier, but you see where the property is outlined in green? The area, that's Sirius Road. The property is this site was graded by Beaver Toyota when they bought the property years and years ago. They didn't develop the property. And there's a reason they didn't develop the property, because they were not going to do the public improvements that the DOT was trying to make them do. We're willing to do that. I wanted you to see what this property is like. This is not mountainous terrain. It's not steep slopes everywhere. And the area for the variance is this one little patch of juniper trees. It used to be the bank of the Arroyo years ago before they put in the Sirius Road. It changed the course. This property was not developed by Beaver. It was not developed. Pulte Homes had it under contract, was going to do it. They didn't develop it for the reason of the DOT requirements. In trying to get their approvals, they could not come to an agreement. Cavan has come to an agreement. So how do we find ourselves in this position? This property was annexed by Beaver, with the city, by Beaver Toyota, and with the annexation agreement, they were granted variance for the 45-foot down to 35 feet. They were granted actually it was more, it was down to 25 feet. So the city council, when they annexed the property, granted a variance of the setback along the highway. That's the only place we're talking about. That's where the corridor is, down to 25 feet. When Cavan bought the property, I didn't represent them. When they bought the property, they understood, because the annexation agreement incorporated that variance, that they had that variance. This was prime for their kind of product. What is their product? They do a rental product that is made up of, looks like single family homes and duplexes spread across the property, but they're rental. They're not the typical 3-story large apartment buildings. They allow for private spaces for people who live in the apartment complex to have their own little private spaces. The open spaces you'll see in the development plan that Brian goes over. That's what they're doing here. They designed to that specification. Actually, they didn't even go down to 25 feet. Well, it turns out that they were wrong. Okay, they were wrong. That variance expired. They did their design and they came in, and that's why we're here. It's not as though we came in and said, hey, can we just change the rules for us, right? They understood mistakenly that this variance criteria ran with the land. It did not run with the land. The code changed and it expired. So that's how we find ourselves here. It was an honestly held belief, and they designed to that. And I think that you will find that the design is something that this town needs, and I'll go over that in a little bit. So let me go to the variances themselves. This is just quickly, this is what was Beaver Toyota's design on this property. That was approved. This design was approved, and you can see it was largely parking lots, and it was all over the same area where we're going to develop. And it came close to 25 feet up against that boundary line. We're not that close. I just wanted you to see what was there before. I've already gone over how we found ourselves here in the annexation agreement. I'm not going to talk about that. So here is a bird's eye view of the product. It is 1 and 2 stories, single family like and duplex like properties. They're all 1 or 2 stories, and they have this neighborhood kind of feel. They have private little open spaces, public open spaces, trails, and the like. It is a different kind of product than you are seeing in the photographs that I gave you. The photographs that I gave you are the apartment complexes right across from Sirius Road. They're all 3 stories. They're all these tall buildings. They don't have these common and private open spaces associated with them. This is a very different, unique, and we think a preferable project to going up, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. That is what we're doing. The improvements that you see on this aerial, the intersection right down here at the bottom of the photograph, that is the intersection of Beckner Road and Sirius Road. These improvements off to the left, that's what the DOT says. This property needs to be developed. It's the same thing for Beaver, same thing for Pulte, and they're saying the same thing for us. Why? Because Beckner right now is operating at a failing level. It is unsafe, and the radius and the sight distances on that frontage road as they are right now will not accommodate the development of this property in any measure that makes any sense for. However, this design has been approved, and Ron will talk a lot more about that, because you can see what it does is it takes about the bottom third of the property in order to make that intersection safe. The top 25% of this property is the Arroyo Chamizo. And so what is developable on this property is that area that is in the middle. I think it's about, or I haven't done a precise calculation, but it's about 40% of this land outside the floodway is developable for this use. That gives you an idea of what we're talking about.
Mr. Summer and Mayor, I apologize. Once again, the images are not up on the Zoom screen.
Okay. How did you do it for,
The presentation has to be sent to me via email so I can present it.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if we would stop the clock? If,
While we're waiting, I just have a question. Is there, yes, please, Mr. Mayor? The- just have the land use to the clerk.
Counselor Cassett, can you see that yet? Oh, okay. She's putting it on. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you for checking. And no, I cannot yet, to answer your question. It's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate your flagging that. It's important for everybody who's trying to watch this to have access to that. And your flagging it has really been helpful. Thank you.
You're very
Let's
welcome.
see, Let's see. Slide 6.
You ready to go? Which slide are you looking for?
So we need to be on 6.
That's it.
Very good. Sorry to interrupt the flow of your.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't have this, not good at this particular thing, but I want to give you a little context about this particular variance. This is a unique section of the right-of-way. As you can see, the right-of-way from the edge of the public right-of-way to the property boundary on the north side is 88 feet. That's larger than anywhere else on Sirius Road. And at the bottom, it's 200 feet. So you have this sort of widening right-of-way from the edge of Sirius Road to our property boundary. The code, the district requires an additional 45 feet, which we're asking to make 34 feet instead of 45, so that the back end of these structures would be the 200 feet in that location, 88 feet plus 34 feet. That would be the setback under the variance. I wanted to give this to you because it is unique and it goes to the purpose behind the setback in the corridor. The corridor, as was read to you, is intended to create and enhance and preserve this entrance to Santa Fe, right? We all know that's what setbacks do. They keep people from crowding up against roadways. They keep a visual character of a district, and they enhance it. That's what the purpose is behind this. So one of the criteria that you have to look at is it contrary to the public interest? Well, the public interest here is being preserved because the setback that we're requesting doesn't do damage to this visual impact in the city. We're not coming up against Sirius Road. We're coming.
Carl, stay by the mic, please.
All right, we're coming closer by 11 feet in that distance. So is the public interest preserved? We submit to you, it is. We're not doing damage or violence to the purpose and intent of the ordinance by asking for this variance. Let me go back to the first criteria. Special circumstances that are unique to this property. There is no other property along Sirius Road that has this set of circumstances related to it. Special circumstances are not defined. They're what you all find to be special circumstances in light of all the facts. I leave it to you. This is a unique situation where the setback is already very big and will be maintained by and large. If we do not get this variance, we will lose 16 residential, 16 structures, some of which are duplexes, some of which are single family apartments. And that's the impact on us. The second issue relates to, are we being allowed a greater intensity than we otherwise would be for somebody else in the district? It really doesn't apply here because as staff has pointed out, well, you could just go up, just build the 144 units in three-story buildings and be done with it. So we're not asking for an intensity of use that we would not otherwise be able to use. Is this the minimum variance? That's one of the criteria you have to ask. So we're asking for 11 feet out of 45 in an area where the distances, as I've already described, is that minimal? That's up to you to decide. We submit to you, it is minimal. We're not trying to cut the setback in half. We're not trying to get right up to the property line and saying, hey, this isn't the setback doesn't make any sense here. What we're saying is we need a variance for this, and we believe that that is minimal. And I've already gone over the public interest. It is being preserved. Staff, as I told you, has said two things about this, and this is critical. They've said you can go up. Yes, you could go up. And that's what you get when you go up. And those are the apartment complexes in this district right across the road. They chose not to go up, and they chose not to go up. And I think thankfully so, because what we're going to go through is what this property will look like at this area when you come into the city of Santa Fe. You're not going to see these large 3-story groupings of buildings that don't have any common open space. The other thing that staff said in their memo, and said this at the Planning Commission, was this: if the governing body determines that the property could be developed without the requested variances, the setback variance and the slope variances should be denied. That is not the standard. That is not the standard for granting a variance. But the Planning Commission took it as a standard, saying, look, if you could otherwise develop this property, you don't get a variance. That's not the standard. It's not the standard that you all have applied, and we'll talk a little bit about it. Across the way, where the apartment complexes are going up, there was a much larger variance granted with respect to the disturbances of 30% grades. And the standard wasn't, hey, can you do this some other way on your property? And it was actually more pointed at the Planning Commission. Staff said, if you could put a building on this property that complies with the code, you are not allowed a variance. That is not the standard. And I submit to you, you would never have a standard. You would never have a variance that met that standard. Obviously, that's not the way it's been applied. And I submit to you that the proper standard is following those criteria. And if you want, I read from page 6 of the city attorney's memo that I just quoted from you, and I submit to you that that's not exactly correct. I'm going to move quickly to the next variance. I'll have Brian go through the slides about what this looks like, but we put the project in context with a video, and I'm not I'm going to move through these. So this slide shows where on this property the 4,800 square feet is that we're asking to disturb. And it's in green. I'm sorry, it's on slide 11. The Arroyo Chamizo, before Cerrillas Road went in, used to swing south in this location. And the area of these remnant trees is a remnant bank of that old arroyo. The roadway went in, changed the course of the arroyo, changed the course of the floodplain. And in fact, that very concept was recognized by the Planning Commission by granting a variance right across the the highway. Yeah, the next slide is, what's it, 12? So the area on the left is the little red area where we're asking for a variance along that old southern bank. Across the highway, where that kind of long area is in red, that was granted the same variance on the same basis that those were remnant areas, and that right now that area is graded over. And that variance was granted so those apartments could go in. And if you go out there today, it's all building, it's all structure. The same set of criteria, the same factors apply here. And Mr. Bohannon will go through the background of that. So the question becomes, you have to look at whether or not it's feasible to do the development that we've talked about without the variance, excuse me. Again, feasibility is not defined. It's up to you all to define it. But I think you need to take it in the context that we're talking about. If you do not grant this variance, then the entire northern portion of this development cannot be developed because that grade is not going to be, we can't disturb the grade to get there. So the reduction of the site will take this down to less than 40% developability, and we will lose many, many units on that north side. That's the reason behind the variance. What are we talking about? We're talking about a clump of junipers that is in the middle of a piece of property that on the north of it is all arroyo, to the south of it has all been graded. Beyond that is all going to be roadway improvements. So I ask you to think about when the escarpment ordinance and the terrain management ordinances were adopted, you all know that it was to protect steep slopes in sensitive areas, habitat, all of the criteria that are in the purpose behind that code. And this was done in the 90s. And the purposes behind it were so that you didn't have these big scars across sensitive and fragile properties. This is not that this is not that kind of situation. In fact, this is akin to the area at St. Vincent's Hospital. They had a little clump of trees in an arroyo that was in the middle of that project. A variance was granted. That project is underway, and they're doing it. This is very similar to that. The purposes behind terrain management regulations were to protect areas, not specifically like this. This is a small patch, 30% with about 6 or 7 junipers in it. And you all drive by it. You all have seen it. You know what we're talking about. So I think that when you look at the criteria, is it feasible? Are we asking for something that would be otherwise more intense? Is this a minimal variance? In this particular instance, what we're asking for is a 0.006 acres of this property, which is 30%, to be disturbed by virtue of this variance. That is fairly minimal. Again, it's up to you to decide what's minimal and what's not minimal. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ron Bohannon, who can talk about the geotechnical stuff that I referred to.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Ron Bohannon, registered professional engineer, state of New Mexico, 5571 Midway Park Place. I'm going to go with this and go as quickly as I can. I'm going to go to this slide and then show you why the alignment of the extension of Beckner is the way it is. That's really the important. On this slide, the red line that you see right through there, that was really where the arroyo over probably a millennia ago, where the arroyo did, and it created these banks that are on the south side, the 2 banks, the one that was granted and the one that's in question tonight. Where the bank is now is where the yellow line is, and what's in blue is the floodplain through FEMA. So over time, the arroyo migrated back north, leaving these 2 open 30% space open spaces, and the one on the east side was granted a variance primarily for drainage. They had to do drainage improvements to stabilize the arroyo. We are in this. We are doing similar stabilization portions on our west side as well. But I wanted to show you that the intent, if this is part of a larger slope area, has been gone, and so it's been obliterated on the east side, and what's left is a very small remnant. I could go to the next slide. Oh, I do. Okay. So what we have here is the old, and so what I did is I spent a lot of time slide 14. So
City Clerk's name is Andrea Salazar. Thank you.
you ready? Okay. So when we started looking at this project, I looked in through the 3 years that Beaver Toyota looked at trying to get an access control or access to the frontage road, and then also talked to Pulte, who spent another year trying to do the same thing. And what happens is, under this existing circumstances, what you have is a very large sweeping 90-degree turn out of Cerrillos Road. Right now it's operating at a level service. If you, in hierarchy, you start with A, which is unrestricted, and you go in the alphabet. D is what's congested. E is beyond congestion. It's a level of service. In addition to this, you have long queuing links, and you have site distances that are an issue. And those were the reasons that that, and coupled with Beckner, needs to be extended through this property so that you can connect to other roadways, Herrera Drive, to the west. And so that was one of the reasons that was really creating that. And so that creates the special need. I can, yeah, go to the next slide, which is 15. So when we looked at it and we worked with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, we came up with a design. The roundabout at the end of this allows the flexibility and the ability to make that connection to the west. And there's another slide that really shows that alignment well. But what this does is this actually, with this improvement, brings us to a level service B when we do improvements, which are about $2 million. And we're giving up 2.3 or dedicating 2.3 acres of right of way. In the horizon year, which is 2036, when we analyzed it, it will also bring that to a level service C. So not only does this create a safer environment for today, but it also is a much better environment to the in the long term. It really does handle that. So I'm going to conclude with slide 16. So what this does is this shows the development, and the dashed blue line is the connection over to the west. And so Beckner Road allows this alignment, and this development allows development west of this site in the city to continue to develop and connect to Cerrillos Road and Beckner, which is important. So the very fact that this property is special meets that by the criteria. We have been through the Access Control Committee of the DOT and have approval. We're working on the design plans. Once the zoning has been approved, we will actually get a driveway permit with the New Mexico Department of Transportation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. We'll try to make this quick because I know this is going a little long. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you a little bit of background and then kind of close and reinforce some of the things you've already heard. And really what I want to do now is just kind of run through the development plan, that the portion that has been approved. And this is 141 units. It is a build to rent multifamily that has 1 and 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom homes. It's well amenitized with the clubhouse. It's going to have the pool, fitness center, dog park, very generous. There's still 8.5 acres of open space here. There's a very thoughtful landscape package that even moves a little bit into the arroyo with an extra trail that runs into the arroyo. We also, although our main access is off of the frontage road, and the frontage road has been redesigned, and I'll talk about that just real quick again. We have an emergency access off of Cerrillos Road. The redesigned frontage road and the new roundabout definitely, as Ron said, improves function and safety. And it also extends Beckner Road. And then one other really important thing is that we also extend the pedestrian trail and sidewalk from the corner of Cerrillos and the frontage road all the way to Herrera Drive. I think that's important so that our folks and residents and Santa Fe residents in general can get from those shopping centers over to this area. And next slide, please. So this is a view again, and this corner view really is important because it shows the importance, and I wish I had a cursor here, but it shows the importance of that anomaly that is the right-of-way that's 200 feet in that corner versus 45 to 65 everywhere else. Let's go to the next slide. Moving pretty fast through here. So this shows a close-up of the road improvements. These are the $2 million in frontage road improvements. Again, safer intersections, better functionality, and a roundabout that allows a tie all the way over to Paseo del Sol. And that is part of the MPO's plan on the website today. The other thing about the roundabout, real quick, we did have some feedback from some neighbors that have some large auto body shops back in the area. And they wanted to make sure it was designed to handle a tractor trailer, not only a tractor trailer, but a tow truck that tows tractor trailers. And it is designed for that. And so we'll go to the next one. So I wanted to show this slide one more time. I apologize. Something happened in our emailing that the right-of-way exhibit was off of the screen. And so if you look at this and you just look at what's in front of our site, we have 88 to 200 feet. Everybody else, all the way to Airport Road, their right-of-way is 45 to 60 feet. So we already have a natural setback because of this deeper right-of-way, and that's been pushed onto us by the NMDOT that happened when they designed this area. Let's go to the next slide. And this reiterates that, as you can kind of see it in a little bit in context. And then let's go to the next slide. Again, I want to show that corner, how deep that right of way is, how deep that setback actually is. Previously, of course, the setback was granted and it was 25 feet. And in our case, we're only coming back to 34. Okay, so what I want to do now is play the video. So the next slide. And I just want to show what this looks like driving from Cerrillos at the frontage road intersection heading north. So I think you can just click on the I'm going to ask a quick favor. I think because of the size, the video did not email. So can I switch back just for a moment and run the video for the folks here? And then I can put that in a Dropbox. It's a rather large file. And I'll just do that quickly.
I believe it's also in the packet. So anyone that's viewing online, I think that it's in the packet. Double check.
And let me see. I don't know. My hand plugged in. I think I've got it now. So let's go ahead and try this. Okay, it's showing on my screen, but it's not showing. I think we're still looking at your screen.
Michael, can you turn the screens on so when he plugs in his laptop, it plays?
And then what I'm seeing in the packet, it looks like it's a similar issue that the video is not playing. It's just showing up as a still image. So it is not available in the packet at this time.
Yeah, it's too large, unfortunately, to email.
Still shot. The idea is so that you get, the idea is that you get a sense of when you're driving by this property, what will you see?
We could go to slide 7. And part of the reason for this is we were talking about the height of the buildings and the character of the Cerrillos Road overlay and versus, a 3-story project. We have 1- and 2-story projects. And so it's not obtrusive from the road. And then we go to slide 8. And you could kind of see that from the intersection. Then we would go to slide 9. So we kind of go down. And I think that gives you a concept or an idea about the setback. I can fast forward and wrap up my part of the presentation. So we'd go to slide 24. So as we look at where this project started many years ago in the annexation agreement, this is just a comparison to what we're doing today. So with Beaver Toyota, we were looking at a car dealership and a body shop. Here we're looking at a nice residential community in Santa Fe Needs Homes. With that project, there was 4.29 feet of open space. Here we have 8.55. They had a pretty big parking lot of 711 spaces. We have 300 and it's concealed from the road. They had no roadway improvements. We have a $2 million project with significant improvements to this intersection. There was no connection to Herrera Drive. We have that. Both of their variances, slope and setback, were granted. And in this case, our slope and setback variance are pending your approval. And with that, we can, I'm going to turn it over to Carl to wrap this up and we'll stand for questions.
I just have one last thing to say to you and then I'll shut up. What is significant about the Planning Commission's decision Can you hear me out? Sorry. What is significant about the Planning Commission's decision is they approved this development plan. They went through all the criteria and they said, this meets our criteria. They did not deny the development plan. They just said, we're not going to grant you these variances. And I think so, for the reasons that I said, is that they applied a criteria that is, if you can do something else without a variance, you're not entitled to it. I don't think that's appropriate, and for the reasons that I've said. Anyway, I wanted you all to know that the plan itself was approved. What does that mean? It means it meant all the criteria, the point system that you have to go through, open space, all of those things were met. This project meets that criteria. It's not getting away with anything in that regard, and the Planning Commission recognized that. I really appreciate your patience, and I'm sorry for the mishmash.
Not your fault. Thank you. And thanks for trying to move as quickly as possible through. It's complicated and a lot of information, so appreciate it. I'm going to ask if there's anyone here in the public or on Zoom who wants to be sworn as making a public statement on this for a 2-minute statement. Is there anybody in the Zoom room or present in the council chambers? It is a public hearing, so please, if you have testimony you want to offer, please come forward or do it from the Zoom. Madam Clerk.
We have several attendees. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand.
And we'll have to swear them in.
No one in the Zoom attendee room has raised their hand.
How about in the council chambers? Anyone on this issue wish to be heard? If not, I will ask for the members of the governing body to take this opportunity to ask questions that occurred to them either after reading the material or after hearing presentations tonight. And we'll just go down the row and ask people to try to be mindful of time, but get your thorough answers that you require in order to make a good judgment. So, Councilor Castro, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you so very much. Thank you everyone for being as succinct, and I apologize for our complications tonight. I do have a couple of questions, and I think they are most appropriate for Mr. Ron. It has a little bit to do with the relationship with DOT. Thank you so very much for looking on the MPO website and understanding that we need to help this intersection. There is a little bit of tension in this area between what is city and what is state and what we're looking to as a highway and what we're looking to as a residential street. What is the future of this area if we are to develop in terms of walkability and usability of that street?
So the classifications will be the same for Beckner. So it'll be probably a collector or larger. It's designed for 4 lanes that'll go through that way. It's a 4-lane roundabout, what we call a 4-lane roundabout. So it can actually extend the 4 lanes to the west, to that area. So it's what's doing. From a pedestrian connection standpoint, we incorporated the trail in and around the roundabout, and we are doing a trail improvements from Beckner along Cerrillos down to the Arroyo to the north, as well as providing trail connections through the roundabout to the frontage road, so that if a trail is ever built on the frontage road, we have an opportunity. So we've made provisions for pedestrian connectivity as well as bike connectivity.
That's really important because I think we all understand we're looking at road diets and trying to actually go down to smaller lanes and not have as many medians in these areas. And so I'm hoping that that is part of the development plan. Is that setback a requirement by DOT, or is that just an agreement that you've come to?
The setback.
The additional setback for the larger lanes and the site distance. Thank you.
Yes, it is a requirement. So we couldn't, so the DOT would have to address that eventually anyway. Whether this project gets built or not, it would have to eventually work on that intersection because it's at a level service E now. We didn't pull the accident history, but over time, accidents are. The problem is you stack, you can't see around cars in certain criteria. And so what we did is we actually calculated what's the queuing length in the 2036 horizon year, and that's what actually set distance to the roundabout. So we had to put it all the way on the very west side of the property.
I'm just weary that we're sort of using some of these older rubrics when we're sort of moving away from some of these faster lanes, some of these larger thoroughfares in our city. So I am a little bit, I wonder if there was a variance that could be worked on with DOT as opposed to the city of Santa Fe.
Are you talking about changing the actual roadway alignment?
I would say changing that space in between, yes.
So actually what's driving all of this is not only the DOT, but it's the MPO, is that you really need that connection to the west. And so even if the DOT were to give a variance to the curve, you still need to go west through this property because you've got development to the west and you've got connections that need to connect to this roadway.
But the 4 lanes and the speed, I don't think is a requirement, or it is?
So the 4 lanes is based on the capacity that we anticipate in 2036. We couldn't get that same capacity with just 2 lanes. So I know that would be nice, but then your queuing links would be incredibly.
I understand the complexities. As I mentioned, I think we're in transition. I would love for our Complete Streets Director to be part of this conversation. Thank you. No further questions.
You may need to do a little swearing in here. I know, but is this, I know you're volunteering your services here.
Broader question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Our staff is so amazing.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thanks for stepping up. Counselor, do you want to?
Mayor, I think he needs to identify what his
Yeah.
role is because he is not the Complete Streets Director.
That's true, but you may have
Good.
relevant material here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I am under contract with the Public Works Department for DRT traffic engineering coordination. And the traffic engineering agent.
And I'm sorry, you really have to talk into the mic, otherwise all our people on Zoom can't hear you.
Thank you,
This-
Counselor.
It's better. So I am the traffic engineering agent for the Public Works Department. And I think it would be helpful for the council to know that as this development was going through simultaneously, a serial subdivision across Beckner, across Cerrillos and Beckner was also simultaneously under review. And so with Department of Transportation, City of Santa Fe, and its agent Wilson and Company, this developer's traffic engineering agent, which was Bohannon Houston, and I can't remember the development, but it was a 7-lot serial subdivision where there's a Set Coffee. It's famous right now. I don't know it's not coming to my mind because I don't go to it, but everybody drives through it. Dutch Brothers. That development, so all of that traffic was looked at holistically. This intersection is joint jurisdiction. It's shared by DOT and City of Santa Fe. So going south of Beckner and west onto the frontage road is DOT jurisdiction. All of the improvements this developer is doing with respect to public infrastructure, with the exception of the one emergency access on Cerrillos Road, is all DOT. And they're working with the DOT agents to make those changes, which are huge. It includes dual lefts from the frontage road northbound onto Cerrillos. Simultaneously, the development across the street will from Beckner have dual left south. So that signal operation was looked at as one holistic, what's happening with development. It includes pedestrian accessibility, bicyclists. I mean, he mentioned the pedestrian trail northbound to Herrera. The roundabout itself is a feature that is important for the Complete Streets city objectives in terms of can't really go faster than 20 miles per hour around a roundabout. As you know, as you're coming on the frontage road, currently you're right on that signal. You're taking us quick and you're basically on that signal. So they're pulling it back, making it safer. I don't know, was it 200 feet? And so you're going to have better sight distance as you approach Beckner. It's going to be a superior intersection, what it currently is.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And is there any concern about the speed or the size of those lanes? That we have had a few fatalities.
Well, first of all, I think it's still conceptual. I don't think the design has been absolutely approved. But our lane widths and such are in the process of being codified, but we do apply them in our public works review from when it gets approved by the planning commission, per se. By the time it gets a building permit, we continue to interact with the developers, engineers to apply the most current standards. I can't speak specifically to what your lane intentions are on the frontage road. Is it 11 feet? Yeah, I mean, that's typically on a collector. What we'd have is 11 feet, your sidewalks, 5, 6. So they're meeting the current city criteria.
Perfect. So I guess just to be clear, a lot of my concerns are with the pedestrian and the bicyclists and the trails all in the same area where we are going to have large vehicles, where we are going to have possibly heavy machinery. It's something that we really need to look into. But thank you so very much. No further questions.
Thank you. I'm gonna not neglect our council member who's zooming in. Councilor Cassett, do you want to take the floor for a turn and ask your questions, please?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate it. And thanks everybody for making sure that the visuals were appearing on the Zoom. I do appreciate that a lot. I had a couple questions. One might be, I would imagine, for maybe Mr. Summer, in regards to the conversation around assuming that the variance went with the annexation agreement, or maybe Mr. Esquivel or Ms. McCarman might be from the city, the ones to answer this, but don't our variances expire normally per the code? You know, it's not that if a variance is applied that it always stays with that property. I imagine that there's a, similar to our development approvals, those expire after, I think, 3 years. Do our variances normally follow that same pattern?
The answer to that is yes, your variances do expire. Rarely do they show up in an annexation agreement, though. So in the chain of title to this property, it shows a variance, and the criteria at that time were a little different. And then the code changed, and I do believe that the original variance did have an expiration on it. I don't remember what it was. So it did expire by its terms when the code was applied at the time of the annexation. And then under the new code, it also expires. I think it, Dan can probably say this, but I think that it expires after a year, but I'm not sure.
Is there somebody with definitive knowledge from the city who is responsible for the code? Dandy, Mr. Esquivel, do you know the terms of the expiration?
Mayor, members of the city council, variances expire 3 years if not acted upon.
Okay.
Then and now.
Dan, can you speak to this concept of the code changing in between when the variance was first granted during annexation as to now, and what those differences may have been?
Mayor, Councilor, so I think just referencing the code, I don't think staff needs to be sworn, but if it's going to be a historical account of what happened, then I think he should be.
Okay. Dan, can you get yourself sworn in?
I can provide you code references, but if we want historical values, Heather was the actual case planner on that case and would probably be the best person to talk to on historical actions for the Toyota case. For the variance criteria in back when it got approved was based on hardship, and all the findings were established based on those hardship criteria. Unfortunately, there were so many variances granted and so many appeals to the governing body, and I believe Councilor Lindell was there when they required us to change the variance criteria to make it tougher. So we did. And now the variance criteria is based on a special circumstance unique to the property. which makes it very hard for an applicant to obtain a variance or even qualify for a variance. And that's one of the reasons why the applicant in this sense did not qualify for the variance as Ms. Manuk Herman clearly identified in her report and the Planning Commission saw when they denied the variance. It's not a fact that they want a variance. They definitely want a variance, and they believe in their design they need that variance for that design to occur. The problem is that's only one design, and you can achieve that same development, the density of that development, even more if they so choose without the variance.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So it sounds like previous version variances did expire after 3 years as they do now, but it had to do with the criteria for whether or not a variance would have been granted. And that's where the difference occurs. Thank you. And then I did want to, and Dan, don't go too far. This is probably a you question. In regarding the consideration around a variance, I do think that is an important conversation because, you know, there's a little bit of a difference of interpretation around, from what Mr. Summer is presenting around, you know, that whether or not a different development, what I'm kind of struggling with here is it sounds like this development as is planned just does not fit on this site unless a variance is granted. And so then I understand where this concept of if you can design it differently without the variance, that's why we'd be looking towards that. I'm not sure if that question makes sense. If anybody, Dan, were you able to interpret that and what I'm curious about from the city perspective and how we do assess variances and where they are necessary?
The way variances, Mayor, Council, Councilor Cassett, the way we interpret the variance is we require the applicant to first establish the criteria pertinent to Chapter 14, the criteria for the variance. And in that standard, the variance criteria identifies that the Planning Commission can only grant a variance if they meet those standards. The same thing with the Board of Adjustment. So when you start going through that variance criteria, the first standard is a qualifying factor. Do you have a special circumstance that allows you to move forward to that public body to seek a variance? They certainly do with the terrain management issue. They did not have a special circumstance or special need for the setback variance. Because as you continue down that variance criteria, you start identifying with the second one whether or not you're asking for a variance that is financial in need. And if they're going to knock down 5 or 6 houses because they can't get the variance, that falls under that financial area. But the issue here, when you're looking at the entire property, they came in with one design. It's a sprawling type of an apartment complex. It's spread out instead of going vertical. When you spread it out, you demand more resources, more land in order to achieve your specific design criteria. But that's the niche that they've chose to market at. It's not an absolute design that can fit on the property and still meet all relevant factors in order to build within the development standards of Chapter 14 without a variance and avoid all of the other areas that they're trying to seek a variance from. So the issue here is, do we design our codes to meet a development, or should the applicant design his plans to meet our ordinance? And if the latter is true, then they didn't qualify for that variance. When you go tit for tat every time you go from their variance finding to the variance standards, they don't make it.
Okay,
Does that
thank
answer?
you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to try to be as speedy as I possibly can. I know we have a long night ahead of us. Is Miss Beingessner here tonight? Dee, I believe I see you on attendees, and if I could speak with her about the slope, that would be helpful. Or if anybody from Stormwater Management is here. I am curious about that 30% slope, this conversation around the change in the utilization of the arroyo based on Cerrillos, or maybe it was Beckner, one of the roads. As well as I read something in the packet around the floodplain, and wanted to understand where the floodplain would be on this property, if it would impact any homes, if we were to be, if we did grant that variance. So I believe Dee would be the person to speak with. I see Dee in the attendee room. Thank you.
You have been
Yes.
promoted. Can I swear you in?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Dee Weingessner, 200 Lincoln Avenue.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
So Counselor, do you want to repeat your question for Dee?
Absolutely. Hi, Dee, good to see you or see your name. I was curious about the request for the building on the 30% slope, and there was some conversation in the packet around the floodplain, around how the Arroyo Chamizo is utilized for stormwater management and how that is shifted. And so I wanted to hear your perspective around this arena, as well as if this variance were to be granted, if it would potentially negatively impact any residences that may now be in a floodplain where they otherwise would not be, or if it could have any negative impact on that property.
Yes, Councilor Cassett, Mayor, and councilors, they are not in this phase going to be in the floodplain. They are working to remove a portion of their property from the floodplain through FEMA, because they are above the base flood elevation in that property, even though it's still designated as floodplain. So in the future, another phase of their property will be floodplain, but it will be removed. So none of their, we wouldn't allow them to construct any of them in the FEMA flood hazard area. And the 30% slope that they are asking to disturb is a fairly small area. I have severe juniper allergies, so I don't have an opposition to remove junipers. If they were beautiful piñons, that's another matter. I do believe that we should protect those areas, but so I objection to the concept of what they're doing.
Thank you, Dee. I appreciate that. And my son has those same juniper allergies, so we can empathize with you there. So thank you. I think that was all my questions for you at the moment. I appreciate it. And then Mr. Summer, I just have a couple of questions. One, how many units would be impacted without the variance? Are any of these units, would this impact any affordable units? I know that we have not discussed affordability, but I'm curious if that would impact affordable units, if this was, if the Santa Fe Homes program was required here. And then also in terms of the parking and the fact that it is an overparked property, or there is additional parking spaces and are required, and how much of the development is that taking up, and how would that potentially impact the number of units if it was not, did not have that excessive parking there?
Thank you very much, Councilor. I'm going to let Brian address that, but in a broad sense, it would require a whole redesign of this project. Circulation, parking, number of units, the whole like. But Brian can talk to specifically how many units are affected by the variance criteria, the variance for the slope, and how many units are affected by the other variance.
So Councilor Cassett, thank you for your question, and just trying to address the question a little bit more directly. So the The units along the setback line would be roughly 16, and the units around the slope area would be 7 to 8. So that kind of puts that in perspective. So we would have, I guess that would be a total of 24.
And does this impact the number of affordable units that would
Yes.
be proposed?
Well,
And
to
how
address
those-
that, so this particular project has taken, we do have an agreement with the Santa Fe Homes program, but it is the fee in lieu.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to those extra parking spots, if those were not utilized, not built, how would that impact units and the percentage of the property or the number of acres that are being utilized for that extra parking?
You know, we haven't really done an analysis as to how many units that would be, but as I kind of look at this and just sort of try to take a guess, it would be hard to, because of the way the circulation is laid out and the roadway, some of those extra parking spaces has to do with how that circulation is put together and designed. I don't think that we would actually gain very many units because it's very tight. One of the constraints that we have is the arroyo and the floodplain to the north, and of course, the new requirement for the access in the street to the south. And this is very tight with this design. So I would have to take a closer look at that. I don't think we would see any new or additional units gained.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I will go ahead and yield the floor for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Counselor Casa asked most of my questions. But I just want to hear from the developer. So I had some questions about the variance approval from Beaver Toyota to like the difference, and the expiration was helpful knowing that whole process. So thank you, Mr. Escobar. I also had some questions about how many units would be impacted, but at the same time, I would like to hear from the developer on, has there been discussion or consideration of how you would compensate for those affected units? Because I believe that there is, fact in the idea that there is room to place those units elsewhere, if they are absolutely necessary for the development. So I'm just curious on your thought process to that. Because I do, and I will just be very transparent when I see something, and our staff has put a lot of thought and work and says it's not approved. There's a reason why we have them in place, and it's because they're experts in doing that, and they're the experts in our code. And so when we have the confident communication from them saying that the criteria was not met and there is room to alter the development in a way that still meets the developer's goal, but they're choosing not to do that, I would like to at least give you the chance to explain why that's the case.
I can tell you why that's the case. So this particular developer is again a build to rent developer, and what that means in the industry is that basically they look like residential homes, but they're run like an apartment complex. So they're for rent, not for sale, which means that, there's a driveway and there's sort of a parking lot instead of just a 2-bay garage or something of that nature. So this is a type of product, and I think the only other product that I know of which has started construction is Verdo's in Los Solares. It's called Havenly. So this would be the only other product like that in Santa Fe, and it offers people an option. Some people don't, are fine in the 3-story apartments. Some people don't want to do that. They want to be more in a home. So that's what this particular development is. The height, the tallest building, I think what we advertise is 28 feet, but it's actually around 25 to the top of the roof line. That's our 2-story building. The 1-stories are around 15. So again, it presents like a small community of residences. And that's what they do. That's what the developer does. And I know one could say, okay, we could come in and somebody could come in and build a 3-story walk-up apartment. We've got a lot of those. And there's some arguments that, yeah, we do need those. But that's not what this developer does. This is their product. They're good at this. This is what they build. This is what they operate. And that's what they bought the property for, mistakenly under the guise that the annexation agreement variances ran with the land.
Great, thank you for that. And respect to the developer and how they develop, I will say that the development with the need that we have in Santa Fe, may not meet the need. We have a lot of individuals and community members that would love to live in a house that they could rent and it be affordable. And that's not going to be the case with this development. All right, I appreciate you explaining that to me. Thank you very much. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, take the floor. No, you're good. Thank you, sir. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions on this. Looking in the packet, and thank you, Dan, for referencing that I was here 20 years ago on that Beaver Toyota project. On page 5 and 6 in the I guess it's the staff report. Near the bottom, it says, "The record reflects staff's conclusion that neither the Arroyo or any requirement from
Counselor, you're going to have to talk into your mic.
thank you, NMDOT preclude residential development on the property in compliance with the code, and that the same number of units could even be built by using vertical construction. Vertical construction would be consistent with the code and would not require the setback variance or the slope variance." All right. Mr. Summers talked to me about that and how many units would need to be redesigned, and does that require a redesign of the entire project?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, thank you very much. The answer is you just don't take 6 or 7 buildings out of a plan, 7 or 8 over here, and try and stick them somewhere else. This whole circulation pattern would have to be redone. And as I heard Brian say, you could not make up that 24 number units by the redesign. You don't gain the space to do that. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
I think so. Comment that you made earlier. I mean, we're talking about 141 housing units here. I'm trying to find a way through this. We need housing. You know, editorially, we put up apartment complexes. People hate those. We're talking about a different model here. Well, people don't want that. We're trying to thread the needle and find a way to get housing. That's what I'm doing with this. Talked about a standard of if you can do this building and have it comply with the code, then you're not entitled to a variance.
That's what staff said. That is not what your criteria is.
Speak to that.
Yeah, and Dan reiterated it. He said it again here tonight, and the staff memo says it. And the exact language is found on page 6 at the bottom of the first paragraph of the staff memo. It says, if the governing body determines that the property could be developed without the requested variances, if the property could be developed without the requested variances, then the setback and the slope variances should be denied. That is not the standard under the code. The standard under the code is, are there special circumstances related to this property? And there's a whole bunch of criteria. Is the development infeasible without it's not, can you develop the property in accordance with code on something on this property? That's not what the code says. And if that were the standard, the variance across the way would not have been granted. You would never grant a variance because always somebody can do something on their property that complies with the code. No one would ever get a variance. And that's why I think that's the criteria. Dan said that the criteria got harder. It did not get harder. It got more specific. Hardship was almost impossible to show. It was almost impossible to show. The code has now broken it into all these criteria that give you all the discretion to say, under these circumstances, do these qualify as special circumstances? So I think I'm going a little far afield. I apologize. The standard is not, can you do something that complies with the code? Certainly, we could build 4 office buildings on this property and that would comply with the code, no variance required. History of this property is no one's developing it because this intersection cannot be used at for the types of uses. Deere Toyota, they had an approval for a project, didn't develop. Pulte, they pursued and pursued, they didn't, and they're one of the big home builders, as you know. This property has special circumstances around it, and it's not created by this developer's plan. In order to use this property, there is significant improvements that need to be made to improve that intersection. That's one of the special circumstances about this property.
Address the, please, the variance granted on the same set of criteria across the Rios.
So across the way, the developer who's developing those apartments over there, they came in and asked the planning commission for a variance to the slope 30% grades. And what it was a remnant arroyo right through the middle of their project. Now, let me tell you, they could have developed a whole lot of less units and preserved that little arroyo. And if the criteria was, can you do something that complies with the code? No variance would have been granted. A variance was granted because the special circumstances were assessed by the planning commission. And those were that there is a remnant arroyo. It's about, from what I can tell, it's about 3 times the size of the variance that we asked for. But under the criteria of the code, planning commission assessed each one of those. And they said with respect to infeasibility, what the finding was this. This development with this number of apartments cannot be feasibly developed without this variance. Staff didn't say, the planning commission didn't say, well, just get rid of the units. Just plan to develop this in accordance with the code, get rid of the units, you don't need a variance. That wasn't the criteria then, it's not the criteria now, but the variance was granted then.
So let me be clear. Are you telling me that we have granted a variance to project across the Rios Road with essentially the same criteria that you're presenting us with tonight?
It is exactly the same.
Okay.
And the project that I'm talking about in the photographs is that one. And you could certainly take out number of buildings and reduce the units, all of that to comply with the code.
Okay, so I also heard Dee say that is Dee still on? Yes?
Madam Clerk, we want to re-access Dee if we have access to her.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, are you there, Dee?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I heard you at the end of your former questions saying that you really had no objection on the 30% slope disturbance. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, I mean, technically, the code does say that there is no 30% slope disturbance allowed, but this area is it's not a beautiful 30% slope area with lots of 20% slopes around it. It's kind of an odd little area, so it would be incongruent to leave that with this development.
So we're talking about, thank you. We're talking about a variance that on a 19-acre property encompasses 4,500 square feet, correct?
Yes.
How much?
4,800 square feet.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well then.
I raised my hand.
Not on the setback. This is on this slope. 4,800 square feet, right, Carl? All right. Okay, so I'm done with questions on that part. What about the setback? Let's talk about that. Can you pull that slide up that shows us? You had a slide back at.
It is slide number. 20.
Yeah, you have a slide in your packet that shows a rendering and shows an awful lot of space between Cerritos Road and your development.
Is that what you're looking for, Counselor?
No. I'm
No.
looking for the one with the rendering, like on the corner, looking at.
Oh, yeah. so-
That one, I mean, that one does it, but
does
I
it.
think the other one kind of shows a better picture.
So if you go up to, Madam Clerk, if you go up to number 18, that's the
Is that what you're
eye
looking
view.
for?
that
Yeah.
sh-
Yeah. That looks like a lot of space to me. Is it?
It is, it's, to the back of these buildings, it would be at the widest 234 feet, and at the most narrow on the north, it would be 88 plus 34, 100 and, what's that, 42 feet?
Okay.
14, sorry.
So in doing the roadway and putting in that over $2 million into the intersection, yeah. How does this? That's what New Mexico DOT wants, correct?
What they required, yes.
Okay. And how does that help us in the future?
What
What does that contribution get us in the future?
It does the following things. It makes the intersection of Cerritos Road and Beckner safe and improves its level of service from E today to B at full build out. And it makes this intersection safer from the approach on the frontage road because right now sight distances and the stacking are dangerous. And so what this does is it lengthens the stacking back with appropriate sight distances, slows the speed down, and then finally, that roundabout is situated for a connection to a roadway that is planned at the MPO to the north up to Paseo, is it Paseo del Sol? Paseo del Sol.
Okay. Does this project have any long-term effect on anything going on with Cordero Drive?
I think there are pedestrian connections that are improved by these improvements, both to Herrera Drive and then also going west.
Okay.
So the 6-foot sidewalks go all the way up to Herrera Drive, and you can see they meander through that open space up there.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner?
Part of what's hard about being the last counselors to have questions is our colleagues often asked a lot of the questions we were going to ask. Thank you, smart people. Just a couple of comments. I feel like if we can't chant that we need housing and we can't say that we're desperate for housing and then make it difficult for housing to happen. I know that there's not a lot of affordable units in this development, but there is the formula that the more housing you build, more housing becomes available for affordable units. I'm not sure I buy that 1,000%, but it seems like there's some science behind that. So I just have a question. I know this probably doesn't have standing in this discussion, but is anywhere in the code that are we going to readdress this issue in the upcoming code rewrites?
I don't know, Mr. Escobar, it was about the rewrite of chapter 14 and whether there'll be changes around the variance process as we do a code rewrite of chapter 14. The answer may be you don't know at this time until there's more development of the process for getting new work done on the code, but that was the question.
Mayor, members of the council, during this particular update, the variance criteria is not being updated. And that would probably take a lot more discussion as it went through a large discussion when it went from its original to what it is today.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question is for staff. I don't need either city attorney's office or Mr. Escobel. So page 6, if it can be developed another way, therefore variance shouldn't be granted. Can you all speak to that? I mean, is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Mayor Worth. If I could, I just wanted to
Here,
read
you're
the
right in front of the
section.
mic, please.
If I could, I just wanted to read the relevant code sections that was fresh in everyone's mind. If you just give me a moment, I'm going to pull it up. That's a reference to criterion 2, and criterion 2 provides that the special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. So it doesn't say to develop the project. It doesn't say to provide housing. It doesn't say to meet the public interest. It says to develop the property. And so in this case, it's in a C2 zone. It's an extremely permissive zoning district. You can put pretty much anything there. You could put a restaurant there. You could put a store there. Put housing there. You can put many types of housing there. And so, I mean, what that code section says is develop the property. That's the guidance that we have from the code. That's the directive from the code. And we don't get into this discussion of whether it meets the public interest until criterion 5. And so that question of whether the property can be developed in compliance with Chapter 14 is a standalone. That is what the code says.
Mayor, councilors, this is on page 8 of the staff report as well. There's an appendix that has all the codes that are being referenced.
So, and I guess, so based on that, we're supposed to take these sequentially.
That's correct.
So first you do one, which is maybe just read one. Let's just walk through them. So you do one, and then if you meet one, then you get to go to 2. It's not you get a jump around.
Right. Excuse me. And so, yeah, so one is one or more of the following special circumstances applies. And I'll just read the code language into the record. This is in the memo, but A, unusual physical characteristics that distinguish the land or structure from others in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14, characteristics that existed at the time of the adoption of the regulation from which the variance is sought, or that were created by natural forces or by government action for which no compensation was paid. B, the parcel is a legal non-conforming lot created prior to the adoption of the regulation from which the variance is sought, or that was created by government action for which no compensation was paid. C, there is an inherent conflict in applicable regulations that cannot be resolved by compliance with the more restrictive provisions as provided in Section 14-1.7, or D, the land or structure is non-conforming and has been designated as a landmark contributing or significant property pursuant to Section 14-5.2 historic districts. And so subparts B, C, and D haven't really been discussed. I don't think that anyone thinks those are applicable here. And so only unusual physical characteristics applies. And so that condition has to be met. If that condition is met, then we move on to criterion 2, whether it's feasible to develop for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. Only if that criterion is met do we move on to criteria 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, so, and in this case, I guess this question would be for Mr. Summer. So in taking one at a time, the setback, what's the unusual physical characteristic?
The unusual physical characteristic of this property is that in this location on Sirius Road, this property, there's 3 characteristics. This property is the 88 feet down to 200 feet away from the right of way. That's a physical characteristic of this property that is unique to this property. The second thing is that in order to develop this property, the southern,
Can we pull that map back up? Because I'm a visual person.
Sure.
And can you have somebody on your team walk up and instead of telling me southern, can you point to what you're talking about as you're giving me a narration?
Yes.
That one that Counselor Lindell pulled up is, I think, helpful because it's the one you can see
That
the
one?
best. Yeah.
that one. Okay.
And can we move the captioning over to the side a little bit? Is that possible? I'd not get rid of it, but
So, this property is set back from the right of way on the southern part, 200 feet and 88 feet at the top.
at the top, up on the right, on
Right.
the right side, up there, right?
That's unique to this property.
Okay.
On this property also, the top, I'm going to say 20 to 25% are in a floodplain. That is unique to this property. That's not every property in this district that is zone C2 has that criteria. The second and the third part that is unique and a special circumstance of this property is that in order to utilize this property for the approved development, just the number of units, 141, which is allowed, those improvements on the south take up 25% of the property. In order to do that, that property would be otherwise developable. That is unique to this property. Nowhere else in this district is there going to be that requirement for an improvement. Those are the specific special circumstances that relate to this property. Every one of those affects density.
And I guess I don't, so on the right, the setbacks, but the setbacks are required by code.
The setback is required by code, but the unique circumstance is that this property, which is for the reasons that I talked about, are squeezed down for development purposes, are
Well, I don't guess I don't understand why that's a special circumstance when the code is telling you you have to do that. And you would think that, I mean, you don't want those houses right up against that highway,
we do not want them up against that highway.
right?
But if you were.
So why is that a special circumstance?
She knows that the setback is different than the right of way. The setback in this particular instance, of 45 feet affects this property in a way that it does not affect the other properties up and down this development, because it adds a distance that is in addition to the 200 feet and 88 feet and the in between. That doesn't exist anywhere else on this property. So I think that what is for you all to determine is, do all of those attributes of this property create a special circumstance? This isn't a question of, does it create a hardship? That was the old, this is a simple question of, in your opinion, is that a special circumstance? We submit that it is.
Okay. And with regard to the other one,
Slope.
the slope, thank you. Show me on that map, somebody, where the slope comes into play. And what's the special circumstance on the slope, other than it's just unique and not valuable because they're junipers?
It is unique in the sense that it is a remnant of an old bank of an arroyo that does not exist anymore. That is unique to this property. It's unique. It was unique to the other property across the way, as it is unique here. So it is a circumstance that doesn't apply to properties generally. That's why
It's a remnant. Say that again.
So the arroyo used to come up down to, now the arroyos move forward, north, and what's left is this little patch of juniper that has a 30% grade around it. I mean, where they are. And along the rest of that bank, there's not 30% grades. It's not like there's this bank that is the southern bank of the arroyo. That's all been, it's gone, and this remains as a remnant.
Okay, and so Mr. Escobar, you were saying that does make that a special circumstance on the slope, correct?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Romero Worth, we analyzed the issues for both of those variances. And with regard to the terrain management, when you have a terrain management condition that prevents you from developing your property throughout the property, there's an issue there which allows you to process the variance meeting the first criteria as a special circumstance. It's when you get to the second, third, fourth, and fifth circumstances that if you don't technically have a mechanism that is preventing you from meeting the rules and regulations, you're going to have a harder and harder time as you progress through those standards. With their design, the way I like to explain it when I'm talking to some of my staff when we're talking about variances is think of them as an artist and a canvas. They are the artist of their design, and the land is the canvas of the property. They get to choose the design that's going onto that property. You can't go back to the store and ask for a variance to get more canvas because they didn't sell you enough canvas. You have to purchase that canvas. Here, they're asking the city, instead of purchasing that canvas, they're saying, city, can you waive your rules so that I can have what I want? Well, that's nice if the code allowed for that. Carl spoke of density. There's no density requirements in the C2 district. It's all performance-based. You ask for what you want, you design what you want, and if you can meet the infrastructure criteria for what you want, you get it. It's performance-based. It's not like a R21 or R29 district where you have setback requirements, where you have density requirements, and you're limited. Here, you are the complete designer of your project. If you design a project that requires the city to bend its rules, you did that. It's not the city that did that.
Okay, and so the staff has been saying that there is no special circumstance for either of these variances, or there is for the slope, but not for the setback.
When I looked at their variance criteria, I looked at their variance answers to the criteria line by line. In other words, they gave me an answer to criteria 1. Did they meet criteria 1? Then I did the same thing to criteria 2. That memo goes to my supervisor, the land use director, and to legal for the complete analysis. And that's when we present it to the Planning Commission. And all of our analysis, including the Planning Commission's decision, identified that their criteria, what they requested for as part of their variance, did not comply to the variance standards, in which case they could not grant that variance.
Okay, let's see what else I flagged here. 10 minutes are up. Who's whispering that? Okay. Hold on. One just thing. Okay. I will yield the floor. I know.
Councilor Garcia, you sir have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great questions. I just wanted a little more clarification on the Rios Road Highway Corridor and how that affects this. I think somebody touched on it. I don't recall who it was. Maybe Mr. Summer?
Yes, Counselor, the highway corridor, the Cerritos Road Highway Corridor has a setback along the entire corridor of Cerritos Road. I think it comes from Airport Road down, and there is a setback unique to that corridor. It is 45 feet from the right of way, up and down. And I think it's so the corridor has a specific setback lies in this corridor.
So this project then would not meet that corridor?
It would be 11 feet closer to our property line. And so that's the variance we're requesting, is that we, instead of 45 feet, we would be 34 feet and 36 feet in another place along that line. And the reason that we say it doesn't affect the purpose is that we're so far away from the right of way. I mean, we're so far away from the roadway that was intended to be, the impact was intended to be mitigated.
Are you aware of any other properties that have requested such a variance for the Cerritos Road corridor?
I haven't seen any variance requests up and down that corridor. I'm just not aware of any that were
Potentially would be the first.
to my knowledge, I'm not aware of any that were asked for. The one I was thinking about a moment ago was the bank property that was bought from Dicky Montoya on the corner there at Jaguar. But that was many, many years ago. The one that's graded, I think it's a parking lot now, but it hasn't been developed.
I'm gonna move on to another question, and I think that this does go back to the variance that was granted to the Toyota dealership, and I know that was before. I don't know if anyone can speak to as to why that was given, and then I'd like to see if there's something that this current development, obviously we're hashing that out right now.
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, I think that would be best answered by the land use director, who would be the most familiar with that case. That was hers.
Thank you.
Hootering down right now.
Sorry.
Quite the entrance. Thank you.
Ta-ta-da.
Members of the city council, mayor, member.
I'm wondering if this is, would qualify as the kind of testimony that would need to be sworn.
Please, Councilor Garcia, 1 moment.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Heather Lamboy, 200 Lincoln Avenue.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? And do you understand and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Now you have the question.
Thank you, Mayor. With reference to Beaver Toyota, certainly that is ancient history, and as I was here then, that was a unique situation because that was a combination of an annexation as well as a development. So one has to remember that that is a commercial use, and Beaver Toyota had the desire to show their cars and their vehicles, and the product to be illustrated or seen as one was driving down Cerritos Road. So, but also with reference to that development plan that was created, there was a large amount of landscaping and buffering. The Beaver applicant also put the building at the front of the site. They originally had requested for the building to be further away from Cerritos Road, which, would have been just one large parking lot. The intent was to really mitigate that impact by having the building closer to Cerritos Road. And so it was a balance of having a building that fronts Cerritos Road, the display space, and it was a commercial use rather than a residential use. So there was less concern at that time.
Do you recall how close it was to the road, the setback?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it was approximately 25, if I remember correctly. Instead of the 40.
Thank you. And then I guess in reference to the current proposal or the current variance that's being requested, why, again, and this may be your opinion versus, because we're hashing out the variance, but why it would have been granted again for that and not for this? Was it the residential versus the commercial use?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that is correct. The residential use was a major factor in terms of buffering to Cerritos Road, as well as just the opinion of the Planning Commission through their decision that the site could be redesigned to comply with the setback.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all I have. Everyone else has asked the questions that I like. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather, I don't mean to impinge on you, but if you could just hang around. I know I don't want make you go zooming up and down the ramp if there are other questions coming your way based on the issue you just addressed so well. Thank you. Anybody want to have another bite at the apple? Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a comment. I want to just say I completely agree that we need housing, and I know that increase in housing has impact on affordability. We haven't quite seen it here in Santa Fe yet, despite how much has been going up. I'll just state that. But what I also want to say is, though we have code and we have our staff go through a very difficult process, we have developers through a very difficult process. And if we are not going to follow the process and the code, it's going to become very, very messy. And so we have a lot of documentation in front of us that shows how our staff has reviewed and assessed the criteria. This has gone through a process we put in place for a specific reason. And I just want to caution us and, having this idea of like, well, the code may not be relevant because we need the housing. We have a lot of people going through this very, very tedious. Our developers know how the land use process goes. Our staff spends many hours on it. So I just want us to keep in mind, code is there for a reason, the process is there for a reason, and the information comes to us the way it does because that process has been developed. So I just wanted to make that statement because I think that's very important when we get appeals and reviewing the expertise that comes from our staff in their review. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you passed the first thing you wanted to take a shot. Good. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Faulkner, any? No? But this is still in the question area, so when we get done with questions, we'll close the hearing and we'll be able to offer interpretation or messages. Yeah, Counselor Merrill.
So I guess this question is probably for the city attorney's office. And it kind of piggybacks on what Counselor Chavez was just talking about. So if we were to grant this variance, what's the precedent that we're setting around our process and our, I guess it depends what the basis is that we think we're granting these variances, that we've somehow seen that all the criteria have been met, or that the criteria, I don't know, I'm not asking this question very well, and you're looking at me with deer in the headlights looks. But
Mayor, councilors, I think Rebecca can answer this, but I'll start her off. That I think Councilor Merworth, you're on the right track, which we'd need to know what the reason for granting is. So we need to be able to write those findings of fact and apply them to this project. So we'll need to know what those special circumstances are, et cetera.
Right.
So in terms of,
but
yeah,
in
and so in
terms
terms
of
of
precedent-
precedent, it would be whatever we're saying the special circumstances. Somebody else could say, well, you approved this project and you said these were special circumstances, so you should do mine too, right?
Fair, Councilor, so I would say that it would not be, every piece of land is different, and I'm hoping maybe Rebecca can go to that, but I'm not sure. I think you would have to make some pretty broad statements in order for it to be applicable to other places, perhaps. But we would want to know why you're making the decision in this case. Add to that.
I don't think I have anything to add. Yeah, it's always a case by case basis. I guess just one concern would be that if we didn't follow the code, that would be arbitrary and capricious. We have guidance, and if it's there and we can use it, then the directive from the code is that we follow it.
And Mayor, councilors, if anything I said suggested that we shouldn't follow the code, please disregard anything I said that might have suggested that. Certainly, we need to follow the code.
Right. So I guess the point being, though, then that we have a staff recommendation that the variance criteria have not been met. So if we're going to vote differently, we're going to have to give you guidance about why we think there were special circumstances and how you go sequentially down the list of what it is we're determining we disagree with in order to arrive at the variances in both these cases.
Yes, and also, right, that would be, we would need that to have a good record and to have a good findings and be able to develop good findings and conclusions. We would also, hopefully have something in the record saying why it would be infeasible to develop the property outside of financial cost, why the project doesn't exceed intensity, why the project isn't contrary to the public interest, and
Minimum.
the variance is the minimum. So we would need something in the record to support all of those things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I be heard on just one point that Councilor Romero Worth asked
Yes,
about?
sir.
It's precedential value. What I'm concerned about, and I think that people that are property owners are concerned about, is the precedent that would be set in denying the variance on the grounds that was said, which is if you can develop the property in some other way under the zoning, no variance allowed. It's never been the standard under the criteria that you've got. That's the precedent that I'm concerned about that is in this record. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, did you have anything? No. Director Lamboy, were you about to say something in response to the Counselor Romero Worth's question?
No, Mayor, I was going to be responding to Mr. Summers' comment as to the basis for the.
I think we need you to have a question in order to get into that.
Well, I'd like to hear that.
All right, Director, you are, your thoughts on that matter are now open for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Counselor Castro, with reference to the variance criteria, they were specifically addressed in the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So that may be more of a sort of shorthand reference to those criteria that was mentioned. But those specific criteria addressed by the Planning Commission are in those findings.
Thank you. Does that help you, Counselor? Counselor Lindell, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. All right, I'm still not able to reconcile why a variance was given across Cerrillos Road with similar circumstances or nearly identical circumstances. In fact, a larger area of the 30% slope, but this needs, this variance
Can we
staff
keep it down out there, please?
This variance staff is recommending against. Why was the other one, or did staff recommend against that one and the Planning Commission passed it?
I don't know if anybody has that knowledge. Mr. Escabel, do you know?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I'm actually not familiar with the variance that Mr. Summers is requesting. I know that the project across the street that I did was a subdivision of 7 lots. There were no variance for that, which is directly across the street, directly fronting Cerrillos Road that would trigger the Cerrillos Road Highway Corridor. If there's a variance that is behind that, it would not have been on the Cerrillos Road Highway Corridor, and the variance standards would have been somewhat different that they would have applied. But here, we're talking about something that is within the Cerrillos Road Highway, the highway corridor, and then he has a variance to terrain management. If a terrain management variance was granted on whatever project Mr. Summer is showing the picture to, I don't know what that is. I don't know what project that is.
So
I don't know the answers to that.
okay, we don't know the answer, but
Counselor, sorry.
I was just wondering if we were referencing this picture that was handed out as the property across the street.
In talking about the project that
It is the one that's under construction. I think the one that you have in front of you, Councilor Chavez, is the one that's already completed. This is the one directly across Cerrillos Road that if you're driving north on Cerrillos Road, it's on your right-hand side and it's under construction right now.
But it's also behind businesses.
There are no businesses in front of this one. This is before you get to the bridge. The one you're talking about is behind the businesses. This is the one right, before you get to the bridge on the right-hand side.
Council Lindell, back to you.
If you look at this photograph, this was taken from the right of way on Sirius Road, looking east. There is a project north of the Arroyo Chamizo that you're talking about that is behind all the, the, whatever those the places are there.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, another clarifying question. So
Destra.
the variance is only though on the slope, not on the setback. Is that correct?
The variance across the way was only on the slope. It was not the setback, and I think Dan may have. What we're saying is we didn't say that one got setback.
Okay. Mr. Escobar?
That's a pretty old project. That happened during COVID, actually, when everything was on Zoom. That particular case was handled by Lee Logston. I am not familiar with the details associated with that particular project, what the variance was, what they were granted, why they were granted, because that wasn't part of our discussion. So I'm not prepared to answer any of those design features of the approval.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question for the applicant, the applicant's attorney. I want to kind of build on what Councilor Maraworth was trying to get at in terms of opportunity to clarify the record, if you could, very succinctly. I want to skip to criterion number 2. Do the special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14? So how would you answer that question?
Okay, I'll be succinct. So the first part of that sentence says special circumstance. And that's the reference to the previous criteria. What are those special circumstances? And they're relevant because of the 3 things. They're relevant to the question of feasibility of development of this property. And that question of infeasibility is not defined in the code. It doesn't say impossible. It doesn't say, it says infeasible to develop the code in compliance, to develop the property in compliance. Staff is reading that and is saying expressly that if you can do something on this property to develop it, so this is C2, you can develop an office complex without a variance, you are not entitled to a variance. And that is not what that says. It's a question of whether the development is infeasible in compliance. And that's a discretionary thing up to you because it's not defined. It cannot mean that if you can put something on this property that complies with the code, you don't get the variance, because there is no circumstance ever that is the case. No property in the entire city of Santa Fe is undevelopable under the code. No property.
Let me refine my question a little bit. Let's look at the second half of the sentence. Other than financial costs, what about your client's proposal? Not about the interpretation of the language, but the proposal as advanced meets the test that it is it is not a financial hardship or difficulty or infeasibility. It is some other reason. What about the proposal meets that test? Not about the interpretation of
Special circumstance.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to repeat the question, so I'm answering it correctly.
That's fine. That's fine.
What about this property makes the development for infeasible
I'm flipping it the other way, sir.
To-
My question is, what about the proposed development is such that it is not, the infeasibility is not financial?
Well, we're not talking about financial feasibility or not feasibility. The question is the project for 141 units in this layout feasible under these special circumstances? And we submit that it is not. And the reason being is clearly, if the interpretation of that section about feasibility and developing in the courts, certainly anybody could come in here and develop this property with towers. It could be done. And I think that that's where the confusion in this criteria comes, is what does this mean? If it means that if you can develop this property in any manner, then you can never meet infeasibility, then it's meaningless. It's meaningless. So it can't mean that, because the whole idea here is develop what on the property in compliance, develop this on the property. And that's where I think we differ with staff. It cannot mean, a mayor and councilors, that a development under the code without anybody, that's what that means. It just can't mean that, because it would be, no one would ever get a variance, and the variance would be gutted. The ability to get the variance would be gutted.
I think we can discuss this among ourselves. Director Lambo, I just want to ask a little bit of a clarifying question, because I don't mean to put the Toyota dealership on a pedestal, but I didn't follow the answer that the Toyota dealership is more or less objectionable or more viable because it's a dealership and not housing. I know you didn't exactly say that, and so I'm asking you if you'd go back over that for me, because it did get approved.
Yes, Mayor. It did get approved in conjunction with an annexation agreement as well. It was still in the county when the development plan was being considered. And at that time, under that planning commission, the trade-off was that the building actually fronted Cerritos Road at presence, and that the smaller setback would allow for the continuity or the success of the business by displaying their products.
So it was specific to the use, but it was not deemed, these criteria weren't in effect at that time in terms of infeasibility or anything else. It was simply the fact that it's a car dealership and there's a big opportunity to see the vehicles through the glass window is beneficial.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I was having a little bit of a struggle as to the benefits of a car dealership versus housing units. Not that I have anything against car dealerships. Just an interesting juxtaposition. Any other questions? Any other comments? I will, if the applicant would like to make a brief closing statement, this would be appropriate now. And
Yes, I would just like
also,
to say,
before let me check my my roadmap here. Actually, let me flip the switch. If the staff would like to make a brief closing statement.
my only closing was going to be thank you for the time, and thank you again for the special meeting and for the attention that you've given here. That's the closing. Thank you.
Staff, do you have any last comments you want to bring forward to the governing body in a brief statement? Because been a lot of questions and a lot of back and forth. So please, if you want to summarize, we'd give you this opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of City Council. I'll be very brief. Just the one subject I wanted to kind of follow up on was there were some questions about a variance on another property across the way. The applicant didn't really give us a lot of information about that property. They didn't submit any findings of fact and conclusions of law. They didn't submit any reports. They didn't submit any information into the record that I think would be adequate to make a sufficient evidentiary record that we could really take a look at that case and consider it in relation to the one that's actually before the governing body tonight. Mr. Escobar did attempt to look at that property. It looks like there was a variance that was granted. He had some information about why that variance was granted. It looks like there was kind of a discussion about compliance with some FEMA flood requirements and the feasibility of developing in compliance with those requirements. Mr. Escobar could probably talk to you a little bit more about that if you wanted to hear about it, as could Ms. Beingessner. She could probably talk to you about those flood requirements. But I did want to caution the council that that development is not before the governing body tonight. The city doesn't have an obligation to give a variance to one entity simply because another entity received a variance, even if in some ways that other entity might have similar circumstances. We don't know if they were exactly the same. We don't know the situations at the time. We don't have all the background information about why that development was built or why that variance was granted. We don't have the hearing transcripts. And also it's always also possible that it was a mistake. And it may have been a mistake at that time. And there's no obligation to repeat a mistake. And I would submit that if a mistake was made in the past, then it would be arbitrary and capricious to perpetuate a mistake just for the sake of the appearance of fairness. If the governing body thinks that information about that other property is critical, I think that we have some information to develop the record a little bit more and answer some questions about it. I think that would be a good idea if the governing body does think that that evidence is critical, and that's going to play a major factor, a major part in the governing body's decision tonight, or the move-in's decision. But as I stated, I would submit that I don't think that it should be. I think that the governing body's main focus should be on whether this project meets the variance criteria, and making a decision based on the facts in the record about this property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time we've completed the public hearing section, and I'm interested in any comments or thoughts members of the governing body would like to share, not in terms of questions, but your own thinking about the issue in front of us before we entertain a motion and a vote. Or we could go directly to motions and vote. Any last thoughts? Anybody want to share their thinking or make a comment? No? My left? Counselor Cassett, you still with us? Any last thoughts before we move to motions and votes?
I am here. I have plenty of thoughts. I think many of them were covered both by staff and comments from my colleagues around this idea of whether or not a property could be developed. And I agree with what many colleagues have said, but Councilor Chavez is coming to mind in terms of, really being cautious of the fact that we do have a code. I know that we frequently will hear people say that our code has some challenges. And fortunately, we are in a place where we are working on it, but this is our code at this current moment. And so those are my very, very briefly summed up thoughts for 10:21 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. So we have sample motions in front of us. I'd entertain a motion from anyone who cares to make one this time.
I move to deny the appeal from the commission's decisions to deny the variances and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusion of law consistent with this motion.
Is there a second? Oh,
Second.
there's a second. Counselor Lindell's hand is up.
Don't we need to address each case separately?
This is
For two different numbers on the appeals.
Mayor, councilors, you could, if you saw a distinction. I think staff is, I think the evidence proposed on both criteria were the same, is my understanding of this case. So you could either make the motion for both, or you could take them individually. But we should make it clear on the motion which one we're doing.
Yeah, and at the top of the sample motions, there is a case numbers Anybody wants to reference whether it's the individual cases or the bundle?
Okay, so what I just said for 2024-8895 dash, oh, that one, sorry. Case number 2023-7662 and case number 2023-7, they're the same case number, 1662. They're the same, there's two of the same case numbers.
The motion on the floor with a second is to deny the appeal, affirm the planning commission's decision, and deny the variances and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with the motion. Is there discussion at this time? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
All right, if we'd have done these
Individual.
individually, my vote would have been different on one of them, but because we did them together, that's why, no.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your attention and your efforts, and appreciate your sticking with us. Before we next move to the next item on the agenda, let's take a 5-minute break and stretch a little bit and clear our minds. We'll be back in 5 minutes. If we can make it at 10:30, that would be very helpful. I think it's stupid. I agree with you. It's not. I am not convinced that our code. Convinced that it is our code. And we can't change that.
truncated it. I'm gonna try and extend it to as much as I can meet 5 minutes. I'll be lucky. But I'm just gonna kind of briefly go over these. But you're gonna go over all of these?
I'm gonna read all the captions.
I have the second one is I have this, and I have their sample motion on page 2 so they can follow it, but they have to be in this order, which is what Aaron wants, right? Aaron. You want these in this, the motion for the next case in this order, right? The order, the general plan, the master plan, the ordinance.
All right. We're back in session. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to read 8B through 8H altogether, and then you will take each one individually as a motion, but the public hearing will be all together.
Thank you.
8B, consideration of a resolution, general plan amendment, case number 2024-7898, resolution to amend the general plan, future land use map, designation for Las Saletas, tracks 21 and 26, plus or minus 8.18 acres, and for tracks 23 and 24, plus or minus 13.45 acres from commercial office use to community commercial. 8C, consideration of a resolution, general plan amendment, case number 2024-8852, a resolution to amend the general plan future land use designation for Las Saletas, tract 19, plus or minus 9.11 acres, located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Breckner Road roundabout from transitional mixed use to community commercial. 8D, consideration of a resolution, general plan amendment, case number 2024-8854, a resolution to amend the general plan future land use designation for Las Saletas, tract 24, plus or minus 10.7 acres, located south of Rail Runner Loop from commercial business use to community commercial. 8E, consideration of resolution, master plan amendment, case number 2024-7899, a resolution to amend the Las Saletas master plan land use designations on tracks 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 26 to be consistent with the proposed rezonings from mixed use business industrial park and C1 general office to C2 general commercial, and to reduce the width of the utility and trail corridor, La Rambla Trail, from 90 feet to 45 feet on the south side of Breckner Road. 8F, consideration of bill number 2025-01, adoption of ordinance number 2025 TBA, rezoning case number 2024-7900, a bill to rezone Las Saletas tracks 21 and 26 plus or minus 8.18 acres, located at the southwest quadrant of Las Saletas Breckner Road roundabout, and tracks 23 and 24, plus or minus 13.45 acres, located at the southwest quadrant of Las Saletas Breckner Road roundabout from C1 general office to C2 general commercial. 8G, consideration of bill number 2025-02, adoption of an ordinance 2025 TBA, rezoning case number 2024-8853 to rezone Las Saletas tract 19 plus or minus 9.11 acres, located southwest of Walking Rain Road, Breckner Road roundabout, from MU Mixed Use to C2 Commercial, General Commercial. And 8H, consideration of Bill number 2025-03, adoption of ordinance number 2025 TBA, rezoning, case number 2024-8855, a bill to rezone Las Saletas Tract 20 plus or minus 10.7 acres located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Breckner Road roundabout from BIP Business Industrial Park to C2 General Commercial. And here to present is Case Manager Dan Esquivel.
Thanks very much. It's useful to have it close up, but we also have some folks who may be obliterated by the screen. Are you okay where you are on this side of the auditorium, or do you want to relocate? We're relocating things. I want you might want to relocate for the moment. You're okay? Okay, thank you. Mr. Esquivel, you have the floor, sir.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an abbreviated presentation from what I presented to the Planning Commission, so it may not quite make 5 minutes, but I can make it last if you like. I won't go over the first 7 captions since they have already been read. Let's see if this thing will work. Okay. So the Planning Commission recommends the governing body approve the following cases in the following order, and the sample motions are on page 3 of the staff report to the governing body. So I didn't put the sample motions in here because it took up too many slides. So the recommendations were to approve case 2024-7898 Las Saletas tracks 21, 23, 24, and 26 general plan amendment. Case 2024-8852 track 19 general plan amendment. Case 2024-8854 Las Saletas track 20 general plan amendment. Case 2024-7899 Las Saletas master plan amendment, subject to the master plan conditions listed in consideration E, attachment A in the Planning Commission report, section 2, table 1, master plan conditions and the master plan technical corrections listed in the consideration E, attachment B, DRT comments. So when those conditions were just only for the master plan, since we don't attach conditions to an ordinance or a resolution. Case 2024-7900 Las Saletas tracks 21, 23, 24, and 26 rezoning. Case 2024-8853 Las Saletas track 19 rezoning. And finally, case 2024-8855 Las Saletas track 20 rezoning. So the location of the property is south of Beckner Road and just north of I-25. And what they're requesting, and you'll find that they're requesting, it's all in that red area with the little where it says site on the site plan right there. My notes aren't coming up for whatever reason, so I'm having a hard time here. The general plan future land use maps was originally adopted in 2010, and there's been several amendments since then. The ones that we found were September 9, 2015, September 24, 2016, September 12, 2018, and a more recent one, which happened May 31st, 2023. That one is still being recorded, so it's not finalized yet, and the recordation of that master plan has to come first before we can actually file this master plan. This is a good comparison between 2010, when it was originally annexed in, and what the general plan amendments have, the changes that have occurred over the course of time. And you can see that the park has increased. You might have some residential low densities in yellow that are now medium densities. Some of the medium densities have decreased to allow for residential low densities. We've definitely got a lot more residential use within this area than was originally anticipated, but everything is still following the master plan approvals and conditions of approval that were originally adopted as part of the annexation and that were originally adopted as part of the master plan. And the current applicant is maintaining those conditions and moving forward with those conditions. With regard to rezonings, it will make some changes. You have the 2010 rezoning map, which shows you how it looked like under the master plan when it was rezoned. And you have the 2024 zoning map, which shows it today, which is very different from what it was back in the day. And it should say general plan. It should actually say master plan rezoning on the top, not general plan. I'm sorry. And then the general plan, master plan amendments, again, as they're shown here, identify which areas are actually being shown for change. And I've circled those areas so that you can clearly see which areas are going to change from the light blue and the purple and I guess the brown over to the red, so that you can see those changes clearly as they move forward with the general plan amendments. And then these are the rezoning maps so that you can clearly see those changes. The mixed use is going to completely go away. The BIP is going to completely go away. You're going to have a smaller grouping of C1, which is your general office use, and you're going to replace that with general commercial, which is your C2. So what I did for the Planning Commission, I kept it in the slideshow, is I analyzed all of the acreages within the Los Solares master plan so that we can identify how the changes across the board, acreage-wise, occurred and how the zoning has changed across the board. And if you look at the bar graph, it shows that C2 has definitely bumped its presence within the Los Solares area more so than any other zoning in the area. We will be losing the MU district altogether, which is mixed use. There is an easement that cut across from what was supposed to be a train stop that was annexed by Governor Martinez, and that goes right up the middle, and it was supposed to go to the Los Solares Park. And the proposal is to reduce that easement to match it up with the reduced size that happened across the street for the Verdot apartments. And they also want to be able to move the plaza area up and down that area to integrate with their future development. So that it better aligns with how they're going to manipulate the trail and that open space park use for the development that's moving forward. And that is part of the master plan approval. The applicant has complied with all of the application process requirements pursuant to City Code Chapter 14 as follows. The applicant complied with the following steps required by the City Code pursuant to 1431E, the pre-application conference. The applicant conducted a pre-application on March 9, 2023. And then pursuant to 1431F, early neighborhood notifications, the ENN, the applicant conducted this on November 14th, 2023. The applicant has addressed the master plan approval criteria per section 1439D1, all of the necessary findings. The applicant has addressed the general plan amendment approval criteria per section 1439E1 for all the amendments to the general plan, and the applicant has addressed the rezoning approval criteria per section 1435C approval criteria. The land use together with the DRT have analyzed the project. The applicant has addressed all the criteria necessary to submit an amendment for review to the Los Solares Master Plan Amendment to the General Plan, Future Land Use Map, and rezoning for Los Solares tracts 19, 21, 23, 24, and 26. The Land Use Department recommends approval of the project subject to the master plan conditions listed in Section 2, Table 1 of the staff report that went to the Planning Commission, which I provided a path to early on. And that does conclude my presentation. I could extend it longer if you like.
We'd love to hear from the applicant with any sworn witness testimony, but certainly an opening statement at this time.
Yes, we've got one other person that needs to be sworn in. Scott, you want to come down and get sworn in? Myself.
City clerk.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address.
Brian Ninninger, 2213 Brothers Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address.
Scott Herbert, 33 Spirit Court, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
So just a quick request, Mayor, if there, I have the Zoom, I'm on the Zoom, but I'm not exactly, I don't see the share option for the public Zoom. Is there a different Zoom link I should pick? That way I wouldn't have to burden you with messing with the slides. Yeah. Okay, I think we have success. This may go a little smoother this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think everybody's seeing that clearly. So this very first slide is actually instrumental. By the way, first, thank you for your time, Mayor Weber, city councilors, for hearing this case. Obviously, my name is Brian Ninninger again with Orion West and representing the applicant tonight. So we're going to talk about the site, and the site is shown there clearly in green. And we also show the Nexus Health development next door, and that'll become apparent why I'm showing that, as well as the Los Solares Bridge and Drive extension, which as we get into this presentation, that'll become clear also why we're showing that. So as we've discussed, we're here tonight to look at rezoning our existing parcels. And really what we're trying to do is rezone 6 parcels. And our concept or our request for that is because we want uniform C2 zoning across this entire development. And the reason for that is that this was all done in 2009. A lot has changed since 2009. A lot has developed, and the lots as they were originally conceived no longer really make sense for the uses that we're looking at here in 2024. So that's the purpose of the uniform zoning, is to have easy administrative ways to move lots. And I'll get into that in a little more detail here in a moment. So the other option, or the other reason, is that the master plan does need to be cleaned up a bit. And this basically includes resizing the Rambla so it matches the park or the Rambla across the street. And also we want a little bit of flexibility to move the parklet up and down that Rambla area. So this is just a little bit better look at what we have. So if you look, the red area there, that's the parklet. All we're asking for is the ability to move that up and down across the Rambla area. We're going to maintain that parklet, but we want some design flexibility on where it goes. The other thing to look at is that if you look at the yellow highlighted area, that was where Rail Runner Road originally terminated. So it went right through the Pulte development, the Estancias development that is there, and terminated into that point. So these lots were sort of developed around that. Well, since that no longer is the case, the new requirement is that the road lines up with the current Rail Runner Road, And this is Rail Runner Loop Road, and we'll see that in a little more detail in a moment, which makes these lot configurations not make a lot of sense. There's not a road or drive there anymore. Dan's already kind of covered, this is the existing zoning. This is today's condition. So we do have C2 general commercial as part of the lineup, along with, of course, C1 and MU and BIP. The MU strip that you see here is the last MU zone parcel within Los Solares. All the other parcels over time were rezoned to something else. So this is what we're proposing. These are the applications, and Dan read those off to you, so I won't go into a lot of detail. But I think it's important that as we looked at this and considered this, we spent some time in the general plan and some of the main criteria that we wanted to apply here. So what our applications are trying to do is we want to clean up the master plan. We want to lay the groundwork for a lot more effective use of these parcels, and this is through the administrative lot line adjustment process. We also want to provide a little bit of improved flexibility for our neighborhood services, and this also includes some food and beverage, along with the other uses that we're planning for the site. So this is just a look at the relocated Rail Runner Loop Road. So it's fairly clear on what that needs to do. This road will be dedicated back to the city of Santa Fe after it's built. And this is again a look at the Rambla and how that's going to line up, and we're finished with that. So let me back up though. I do want to back up and make something clear. The underlying buildings and information you see here is part of a test fit. And the question is, why do we do a test fit? And what does that mean? This is a concept. This is a concept on what we could develop if this had uniform C2 zoning. Doesn't mean it's exactly what we're going to do, but we needed to put together a concept so we could test how it impacted the infrastructure that was installed in this area. And so that was the purpose of this. So Dan's already showed this. When we're complete, if we're approved tonight, we'll have this uniform zoning that allows us to easily adjust these lot lines so they make sense for the users that we're talking to now. So this is what I started out alluding to earlier in terms of the general plan. And I think the economic development pieces are very important. So our goals here and what we're trying to do with this work and effort is to address these policy items. So the important part is jobs, small business, retail uses that serve the needs of the community, not just our 57 acres, not just Estancias across the street, the other developments are going in, but this is really something for the south side of Santa Fe. So the types of mixes and uses that we're proposing are kind of listed here. This is what our target is. This is what we'd like to see and do. So we have this sort of core services area that we put in the test fit. It's not very large, it's about 6 acres, but that's where we see a mix of restaurants, maybe some bakeries and coffee shops. There could be daycare, maybe a marketplace or a co-op, grocery co-op. We also were thinking about some dry cleaning as a possibility. When we get beyond the services and then look at the other options, we're really trying to build this around a medical hub, a medical campus. And that's why I showed the Nexus Health Center where it's at, because that's where this starts. And we'll hear from Dr. Herbert a little bit later, but Dr. Herbert, who is a big part of the Nexus Medical Center, is also one of the investors in the 57 acres. So he wants to talk a little bit about that. Right now, we're also considering some multifamily and maybe some medical education. So on the multifamily piece, the importance of that, the goodness of that, and I know Councilor Chavez brought this up earlier, is that we are talking right now with an affordable developer who will actually put the affordable in the units. Not only is he going to put the affordable in the units, the 80% below AMI, he's also talking about another range that he's calling workforce, which is 80 to 120. And then beyond that is market rate. So it's going to be a tiered type development. So that's important for us to get the rezone complete so that we can give them a legal lot of record that meets their needs. Dr. Herbert will talk a little bit more about the medical education piece. There's some important meetings taking place tomorrow. So we're also looking a little bit about, you know, what the transit-oriented improvements are. Right now, we are one of 3 different developments that could trigger the completion of the Los Solares Bridge and Los Solares Drive, which is now unfinished. And I'll get into those triggers a little bit more. But because we want that project to be shovel ready, because we think that that's an important part of all of this, we've already started the planning and design of the bridge. And we're doing that in conjunction with Public Works. And right now, we've got the 60% design set complete, and we're moving towards the 90% design set. There's also a FEMA application involved in that as well. It's in process. We've talked about the trail system a little bit through the Rambla and the Parklet, but there's an expansive trail system beyond that this development will complete as required for the master plan. There's also a bus stop on Rail Runner Loop Road. And then we're still looking, even though it may be off into the future, it may be a little bit of a long shot, we're still wanting to have a placeholder for the Rail Runner station. So here's a little bit more detailed look at our test fit. And if we take just a quick run through what we have here, whoops, let me go back up. Again, orienting ourselves, the Rambla, the Parklet, this is an idea of where core services could be. We've got some medical office over here. We've got some multifamily over here. We show a hotel here. Whether that comes through fruition or not, we don't know. Again, this is a concept, probably not how it's exactly going to be finished out, but it's something that helps us determine if the infrastructure can handle what we're asking you all to do. So the result of the test fit was that the existing water and sanitary sewer, along with the storm sewer, is more than capable of handling the demands. There was a TIA submitted, and the TIA basically kind of says that, and I'm going to talk to this a little bit more, but there could be an expansion of Beckner Road. There may be an expansion of Beckner Road from 2 to 4 lanes, which has been anticipated from the beginning of the master plan. It's not something we're advocating for. It's just something that the traffic study said that from Los Solares Drive up to Rail Runner Road, there's the possibility that that might go from 2 to 4 lanes at the build out of our conceptual plan. Now from where we're looking at from Rail Runner Road all the way up to Walking Range, right now that looks to stay at 2. And again, it's all based on the city's code and requirements around traffic studies. Okay. One of the things that we talked about earlier was the trigger on the bridge. And so if we look at the map here, this area in purple, and it looks like for some reason, this is slightly off on the drawing, but there's 3 areas. There is the combination of the DeBartolo project and this parcel to the south. There's the combination of the Verdot project, and then there's ours. And they all have different triggers, but they reach some point of development, and then the bridge needs to be completed. Okay, just looking again at the conceptual test fit and how that, all plays out. For our trigger, we have to develop 300,000 square feet and 20 acres to trigger the bridge. Just a quick rendering. We had a few renderings done of some of the concepts. Okay, so that's just a big overview of what we are planning to do. One of the things that we've done, we've of course taken note of the Estancias petition, and we have been discussing things with the Estancias neighborhood, and we just wanted to address a few things there. So they had 3 primary concerns. One was notice, the second was widening of Beckner Road, and then the uses allowed. So just with regard to notice, I just want to clarify that we have adhered to the noticing requirements in Santa Fe City Code. And we've also followed what's the land use division has in terms of procedure. We determined around the beginning or mid-September, first saw it on Nextdoor, that there were some concerns within the Estancias neighborhood, that they weren't getting noticed. They didn't think they were getting noticed. They had some concerns. So we reached out to them, and since about September 25th, when we first started talking to the HOA, we've had 2 in-person meetings, and I've sent about 11 email blasts out on things that are going on, when hearings are scheduled or getting rescheduled, what's going on with the ambulatory surgery center, anything that we're involved with out there. And this is above and beyond the noticing requirements. So I wanted to clarify a few things with regard to widening of Beckner Road, because the petition states that the applicant desires to widen Beckner Road to 4 lanes. And that's really not quite a correct view of that. We are only going to widen Beckner Road if it's required through traffic analysis. And that will happen based on individual developments and development plans that will also come back before the Planning Commission post uniform zoning. So not only, you know, this rezone and this test fit makes it seem like there's some development here that's detailed and planned, but the reality is these are concepts. The detailed development will come with development plans and actual uses. So the uses that we're considering, I think it's important. So during the 2 in-person meetings we had with the HOA, we communicated to the neighbors that we agree with them on some of the things that they don't want to see. And the list that we have here is the list of items that the client and the applicant says, not only do we not want it, and we agree with the neighborhood on that, we will not allow it. We will not develop it. So this includes gas stations, auto body, and automotive services. We also know packaged liquor stores. Bars must be associated with a restaurant and serve food. No cannabis production, manufacturing or retail. And there were some concerns around a 24-hour all-night restaurant like a Denny's. Even if it's not serving alcohol, we have no interest in that. That's not our plan. That's not our concept. That's not where we're going with this. We also, you know, would agree to some limited hours of public operation. So we're proposing, you know, between 7:30 and 11. Nothing after that in terms of public. So let's talk about the uses that the current zoning allows today. When you look at all the different zoning types and districts that are within this 57 acres, the top list of items that we just said we will not do are allowed today. So even if we decided that, you know, the council decided uniform zoning was not the approach, these things could still happen today. So what we're saying is we need the uniform zoning so that we can easily move these lot lines administratively to meet the current uses, not what was just conceived or thought of in 2009. And we're willing to prohibit these uses. So it also allows for multifamily apartments and hotels now, which is, as we've discussed, those are 2 things in our test fit. And one of the items, the multifamily, we do have somebody we're in serious conversations with. So what I want to do, I want to just go ahead and give this over to Scott Herbert, because I'd like Scott to talk a little bit about his vision for this property and project, what he sees happening here.
Hello, Mayor Weber, city councilors. Thank you all for tonight and having a special meeting. You know, when an oncologist tells you guys you have a tough job, you have a pretty tough job. This has been a long meeting. I'm a medical oncologist. I'm the current president of Nexus Health, and I'm not a developer. You know, we acquired this land, which was originally a 74-acre parcel, in order to have the 18 acres we needed to build our practice and our medical facility. And in order to do that, we had to acquire all 74 acres. And so the 57 acres between us and Presbyterian was part of that deal. And it came with a legacy of 8 parcels, different sizes and different zoning, which makes it exceptionally cumbersome. It makes it very, very hard to develop, to try to find users that want that specific size and shape. And so what we're really asking for here is assistance to have uniform zoning so we can have an administrative process, move those lot lines and facilitate development. Now, our vision, like even though we didn't set out to be land developers, we're physicians. Our vision is that this is one of the last areas in Santa Fe that I think could develop into a work, live, play type of area. You've got us on one end, you've got Presbyterian on the other. You have medical services that are very, very needed in Santa Fe. And what we want to put around us are types of businesses and types of things that support that medical industry and those uses. What we attempted to do with the neighborhood is talk to them as this is the unique situation because you've got a landowner here that is also a neighbor. I'm very concerned about what goes in next to my practice because I got to tell you, I've put my entire life into that practice. And I have no interest in putting uses or things there that diminish the neighborhood. Not at all. You know, tomorrow morning we have a meeting with the group that developed an osteopathic college in Orlando, Florida. They've identified New Mexico and specifically Santa Fe and this site as a potential location for an osteopathic medical school and dental school. These are the types of projects we're trying to attract to this area and I think would benefit everybody. I'm really excited about that. You know, the neighbors have expressed the notification process. I think Brian addressed that. The neighbors are concerned about the 4-lane Beckner Road. And I think Brian addressed that. That's a project by project traffic study thing that has nothing to do with really our discussion tonight. The use cases, while I agree and understand them, I do want to point out that all of those uses are already allowed on 70% of this parcel. So that doesn't change tonight's discussion. And there is a process in place to have that discussion. You know, any new project that would come up would go through a planning commission process and the neighbors would have an opportunity to discuss it at that time. What we're trying to do tonight is simply, what I'm asking for is simply help in making this a developable parcel of land in a way that is conducive to the city of Santa Fe, south side of Santa Fe, and the neighbors, which is me also. So thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I wonder if you could wrap up your presentation. We try to keep it within bounds and it's a fascinating presentation, but the hour is late.
We are all done. Thank you very much for your time. We'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Before we do anything else, I think we are going to need to suspend our rules. It's 11:10 already, so I'd entertain a motion to go beyond 11:30.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on suspension of our rules?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Oh.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Did I lose audio?
No,
Oh.
I'm counting votes.
You really you're not allowed to vote on this.
Oh, God.
Can we start discussion and ask how our agenda is looking at our next governing?
We're in the
body?
middle of a vote.
No? Oh, well, that's why I was asking if we could have a discussion. Thank you.
Not gonna pass. No.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
No.
Counselor Chavez,
Yeah.
Counselor Faulkner, Mayor Weber. The nays have it.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Reconsider.
However, I think you have to be on the
Winning side. I
Oh, you're
am
on the winning side. There you go. Look at you. Okay.
Look at me, I'm the parliamentarian. I actually do know the rules.
Okay, so you have a motion to reconsider and you wanted to discuss it. So is there a second to reconsider?
Yes. Oh.
Is there a second to reconsider?
And yeah, can we talk about this now?
I think we should absolutely talk about it. I think that's what Counselor Chavez was asking.
Thank you. I just want to talk about timelines. So how do our agendas look at the upcoming governing body meetings? Like, I know that we always tend to postpone and then we postpone and postpone and postpone because those agendas get packed.
So I can, Counselor Chavez, to answer your question, I know we do have 2 H board public hearings at the next governing body meeting. In terms of on the consent agenda, I know currently it goes to Z, but that's as much information as I have for you.
But it does start at 5. Okay, so, and then in regards to, I think staff from land use could answer that. Is there anything timeline wise we need to be aware of in making consideration in postponing this? We had a lot more people willing to talk on this and they are gone because this is a ridiculous time. And so I think, and I feel bad for the individuals that stayed the whole time, but I think the community really tried to come together on this topic and we did not set this up in order for them to do so. Having this heard at 7:30 was hard for a community that had that much concern. So, but land use, is there anything time-wise we should be aware of?
Mayor, members of the council, the only time that we are usually, the constraints that we have is typically because of the applicant and what they're trying to push forward in terms of their timeline. So I would probably defer to the applicant. As far as staff is concerned, we will do whatever the council wishes.
Applicant, could we hear from you?
I'm sorry, do you guys mind taking the presentation off the screen so that I can have a better view of you all speaking as opposed to the slides? Thank you.
And I would say I would vote to postpone to a date as soon as possible. I feel like our next agenda seems like a possibility, but I just want to hear from you.
Well, I would say that, you know, time is getting of the essence for us for this project. We've been postponed several times. We really do need to get some legal auto records. We are concerned that we might lose the developer who's looking at the multifamily.
Okay.
There's only one other apartment project I know of in Santa Fe that's even come close to bringing the actual 15% in. So anyway.
Counselor Michael Garcia and then Counselor.
I'd like to agree. May I? Yeah, absolutely. I'm so sorry. Brian is correct. We are trying to establish a legal lot of record for 2 projects currently. One of the important projects is what I'm speaking about tomorrow morning, which is the Orlando College of Osteopathic Medicine. It has to do with the accreditation process, and they have an 18-month window in order to move forward on this type of project. They have their accreditation already. And so if I cannot give them a legal lot of record, we are stalled and we will lose that window. I don't know how else to say this. This is hard.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was for the city attorney, given we have the executive session lined up after this item. Is there time-sensitive issues on the executive session that need to hear tonight?
Mayor, councilors, in terms of the appeal opportunities, it's after the next regular meeting, so we could meet in executive session next week on that topic. The personnel matters, I think we could also, it's up to the governing body. We could also provide opportunity for updates and feedback at that meeting.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Lindell, and then Counselor Cassett has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I voted no on this because my thought was that we could get through this particular item and that we could push the executive session issues off to the next meeting.
No, she voted no.
Do I ever vote yes to extend? No, I always vote no.
Voted.
I see us as getting through this if we can, we got 45 minutes. We can get this item done.
Midnight. We turn into a pumpkin at 11:30.
I can do that.
Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilor Chavez that what's one of the challenges is so many individuals who would have wanted to speak to this. But I believe that again, when there are development plans that have to come through, there will be other opportunities. Am I understanding that correctly? Because this will not be their last opportunity to weigh in on precisely what goes into this.
That is correct.
This area. Okay. So that does help me in feeling better about moving forward with that. Sounds like maybe Dan has some other things to say.
Mr. Escabel.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant can certainly submit an application for a lot split in order to establish a legal lot for their client. We'll certainly process that application in a timely manner, which wouldn't really hinder the rezoning process unless it's the actual commercial zoning that they're looking for financial requirements for any kind of loans or assets that they need for the construction.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'm just curious about, kind of, say, our Councilor Lindell had mentioned we could probably get this done by midnight, maybe extend past 11:30, but are we able to put a limit on ourselves to say, hey, we'll be done at midnight and then move the executive session to our regularly scheduled meeting on Wednesday?
Well, I'm not the parliamentarian or the city attorney, but we could extend the meeting past 11:30 and do our very best to wrap this item up and then might have a motion to postpone the executive session to the next governing body meeting without any trouble whatsoever.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor to reconsider the vote to go past 11:30. Is there any other, and the discussion was up, Councilor Faulkner.
How critical to the total development is the medical school? Because you mentioned that there was an issue with that being time sensitive.
An opportunity like this provides an anchor to the entire thing that changes the flavor and the pace at which something like this gets developed. This is an opportunity that does not come along easily, ma'am.
Councilor Romero.
So just a point of order. So, and I'm going to confer with the city attorney. So this is a motion to reconsider. We have to first pass this to say we're reconsidering, and then we have to have another motion, I believe, in order to decide what exactly we're doing. Am I correct?
Right, councilors, that's correct. And I do just want to maybe add on to what I said earlier. If we want to have a vote on an appeal on the agenda, I will need to add it to the agenda tomorrow. So I was hoping to talk to folks about that today during executive session. Otherwise, I can just send out information via email. You can let me know if you want to put the matter on the agenda. no matter what, we can have an update about it, but if we're going to have a motion and an action item, which there is not just one version of an appeal that's possible, there are various versions, then I would need to know what we're putting on the calendar for next week.
You do have the ability to query folks without having an executive session.
I can speak to folks, then we'd have to put in a decision on the agenda. Yes, correct.
Okay, any other thoughts about the motion to reconsider? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the motion to reconsider? It's a motion that would give us an opportunity to have another vote on going past 11:30 tonight, which is now 10 minutes away.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes? I
Motion.
now entertain a different motion, or the same motion under different circumstances about our 11:30 deadline.
So moved
Move to go past 11:30. What are you so moving about?
to go past 11:30.
Okay.
And to could we do the motion to go past 11:30 and to postpone executive? Can we do it all at once?
No, I think we should
Okay.
go past 11:30. We should then do this case, and then if it approves, and then we should decide what to do with our agenda.
Let's take this in a sequential order. So the motion on the floor is to to suspend our rules, which allows us to go past 11:30. And we would continue with the consideration of the cases that are in front of us. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on that motion, please?
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So in our process where we are in this plan amendment matter, we have now heard from both staff and the applicant. I would like to open the floor to sworn public comment. Hopefully 2 minutes per person. Anyone either in the room or on Zoom who wishes to speak to this item would need to come forward or raise their hand, and the clerk would swear that individual in, and they would have an opportunity to speak on the proposals in front of us. And there are people in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk. So let's go there first.
Darla, I'm going to allow you to talk and then I will swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
I'm Darla Franz, 4696 Ojos Verdes, Santa Fe,
You-
New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
You may speak.
Okay, first of all, I mean, it's 11:22. I have a 6 o'clock meeting. And so I think most of the neighbors who really wanted to speak tonight have not been able to stay on the call this long. So I think it's inappropriate, first of all, that we go forward without the neighborhood having any ability at this hour of night to participate in what's happening in their neighborhood. I also think it's inappropriate that the Planning Commission voted to approve this when this particular district is not fully represented on the Planning Commission. There's an empty seat on the Planning Commission representing this district. And so I don't feel like we're fully represented. I appreciate the physician and his team making more of an effort to try to communicate with the neighborhood. But I think what you also have to recognize is that the neighbors here are already dealing with street racing up and down Beckner Road. We're already dealing with kids that are hanging out at the nearly vacant Santa Fe Outlet Mall down the road, racing up and down the street. We have skid marks going off of Beckner Road toward sidewalks and toward the backs of people's houses where racers have, I don't know, missed turns or missed going around roundabouts. Just tonight, I was walking my dog in one of the pathways along Beckner, and there are broken liquor bottles all up and down Beckner Road. And so I think the neighborhood has a valid voice, and I get it that we want to put in work-life, healthcare, kinds of activities. I'm a healthcare provider myself. I don't necessarily want to work right in the backyard of the place where I work or right where I live, but I understand that there's a legitimate and maybe noble cause here. But I feel like this is just one more experience where the neighborhood has been pushed aside. We haven't been listened to. And to now have this debate happening at 11:24 in the evening when everyone else that wanted to speak tonight is not able to do so. I appreciate that you guys want to stay here until midnight, but it's not fair to the neighborhood to not allow us to have an opportunity to speak. And so I'm not representing the petition group that's part of the HOA. There's a whole group of people who've signed a petition and who had talking points prepared for tonight, and none of them have been able to stay on this call. So I really do think that it's, I appreciate that you've got a deadline with a potential buyer or a potential medical college tomorrow, but maybe you shouldn't have planned that for the night after this hearing when this hearing is going until midnight. So I really do believe that the neighborhood has a right and has should have the opportunity to participate in this sort of undertaking. And the fact that we're sitting here and I'm the only person on this call probably that can speak is ridiculous. And I think the city of Santa Fe, we deserve better.
Thank you for sticking with us and for speaking up. Madam Clerk, do we have another person with a hand up?
Joan Dickerson, you may speak. And
Are you
please-
swearing people in?
Yes, and I will swear you in. Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Joan Dickerson. My address is 4721 Las Plazuelas, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may speak.
First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Herbert and Mr. Nenninger for communicating with us and working with us on the concept. And I appreciate that that work and that concern about the neighborhood. My concern is similar to Darla's concern, is that we do have a lot of street racing, crime, illegal consumption of adult beverages, and that sort of thing in our neighborhood. We do not have the same level of police protection that we should have in a neighborhood that's affected by this sort of thing. And I'm concerned that a C2 designation is overly broad. We did have one of the lots across from the neighborhood in particular that was zoned to MU. And my understanding of the MU designation is that it has guardrails over what kind of businesses can go in, and that the hours of operation of those businesses would be limited to standard business hours rather than, say, an all-night restaurant or an all-night convenience store or something like that. My concern is that if Dr. Herbert's vision does not pan out for this parcel, that it will still have the C2 designation, and he will be forced to sell to someone who does not have the concern for the neighborhood that he does. And that will possibly increase crime, possibly increase the lack of safety that we exist with today. And it's a scary proposition.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking. Madam Clerk, we have other folks in the Zoom room with their hands up.
There are several people in the Zoom room. Do any of you want to have are any of you going to raise your hands? Sorry, new individuals who haven't spoke. Elsewell, I'm going to unmute you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lorraine Laswell, 4713 Las Plazuelas.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
You may speak.
Okay. I agree with everything that has been said previously. My concern is mainly that the zoning is changed to C2 and it does allow different things to go in than we anticipated when we moved into the subdivision. We realized it was mixed use. We're not against development, but I do feel that there is a chance that things will go in that will really impact to the neighbors, especially that live along Beckner, directly along Beckner. And I don't understand why it has to be C2 and we can't have some guardrails. Perhaps there could be some sort of contingencies put upon the type of businesses that go in or the type of things that are developed. Maybe there's a way to do that. So I think that my other concern is that if you do allow C2 zoning, that Beckner will eventually be widened. And we do have problems with speeding, and it puts the neighborhood in kind of a different light than it is today as far as having a walking community or kind of a neighborhood community feel. It's going to be vastly different with a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit and 4 lanes of traffic. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we have some more hands.
Anyone else who has not spoken?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk, can we make sure, since there's 2 Darlas, that one who raised her hand isn't the one who spoke before?
No, it's me, the same person. But I think the other thing that hasn't been taken into consideration here is that there are enormous apartment complexes now going in along Beckner between Los Solares and Presbyterian Hospital and just past Presbyterian Hospital to Cerrillos. And there really hasn't, I mean, we don't know what the impact of those is going to be yet, right? We're putting in hundreds of units of housing and that housing is not built.
I'm sorry.
We don't even know the impact of that yet.
Thank you. I apologize. We don't have multiple opportunities. I apologize for giving you the impression you had the second chance to speak up. It's pretty much everybody gets one turn when it's a testifying in a public hearing. But that was my mistake in not asking that more clearly. Are there any people in the Zoom room who have not spoken and would like a chance to speak, or in the council chambers who have not spoken and would like to speak? If you are here and present, please come up to the podium and have a chance to be sworn in, and each of you will have a chance to speak as the people in the Zoom room did.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
Brad Bennett. Address is 4718 Las Plazuelas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 7507.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good, sir. You have the floor.
So I'm in favor of leaving the zoning as it is in the Los Solares master plan, no changes. And therefore I'm against the proposed general amendment revisions and the rezoning proposals that have been brought before you. And on all the agenda items related to Los Solares subdivision, if there were approval, I request that conditions of approval be included in regards to height limits, hours of operation restrictions, and types of businesses that are detrimental to our quiet and peaceful neighborhood and its residences and homeowners like myself. And finally, this is after the fact, but I think it needs to be said. I request the Governance Council meeting on these agenda items be postponed until the meeting can be properly posted and accessible on the city website for all residents, including actual 2025 dates in the written public comments. You cannot make public comments right now in writing because there are no meetings in 2025 on the app or the form that is there for that. And I tried various ways of doing that. It's simply not possible. Otherwise, I would have written in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, so just point of clarification, we might need to let the public know that we are on a new portal.
That is also good. Others who want to come forward and speak from within the council chambers, please do step up to the microphone now and we'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Millie May Ortiz, 4710 Las Plazuelas.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Millie May Ortiz. You may remember me as a member of your Charter Review Commission and also as the chair of the Independent Redistricting Commission. So I appreciate working for you all, and I appreciate the work you're doing this evening. I will say that normally the work that I did with the city on those two commissions, we never worked this late. We always did it in the daylight hours and had opportunities for people to be aware and to be participating in the work that we did. And I just wanted to make note of that. I'm also part of the core group of the Los Solares residents that initiated the petition that you've all seen, and we worked to gather over 100 signatures, and would have continued working to gather more because we did that when the first meeting was scheduled, but we stopped working with that because we started collaborating with the builders. And I'm sorry, my throat is going, it's too late for me. But I'm here on a personal note and the petition that you see before you speaks for itself. I think all those signatures and the points on there is very clear and speaks for itself. And we're very sad that we couldn't have had this meeting earlier, so more of those people you could have heard their stories and their voices personally, as opposed to just guessing that of what they were thinking. I'm here on a personal note to express my opinion regarding the request to expand the current zoning designations on Beckner. I moved from rural New Mexico into the city of Santa Fe 7 years ago because I wanted to be afforded the wonderful benefits of city living, and I love living here. All the services that I need in the area that I live, and I'm right on Beckner, can be accessed in less than 10 minutes. Albertsons, Target, Starbucks, 5 gas stations, Sam's Club, 8 restaurants, Lowe's, TJ Maxx, in less than 8 minutes, 10 minutes, I can get there and back. And I became aware of the different zoning requirements of the property that we're talking about tonight, at the time I bought my property. And I was very satisfied with the different configurations, some mixed use, a few commercial, but not all of it was designated as commercial as being requested. And so I'm not in favor of expanding the current designations to allow for larger and for all commercial businesses to come in, to be developed across the street from family dwellings where there's children riding their bicycles and walking around. Excuse me. But my main concern is the bigger picture. And that is that services for residents that address safety and well-being are not keeping pace with influx of crime and the homeless population issues, especially on the south side of Santa Fe. And I think that's a piece that has not been mentioned, and I think it's a very important piece. Specifically, if you looked at the paper the first week of January, you would see that Albertsons and Zaffarano which is 8 minutes from my home, a 73-year-old man was beaten by a shoplifter. 8 minutes from my home. We're wanting to build bigger box stores and businesses across the street. And last fall at Best Buy, you're all aware, which is 7 minutes from my home, that an elderly man was shot and murdered in that parking lot. So in my mind, maintaining a safe city for our residents must be the top priority. Expanding the zoning for larger commercial businesses that attract unmanageable pockets of crime, that attracts homeless population and unsafe conditions does not make our city better, and it overloads the already stressed first responders and support services. Bigger is not better. I want to thank you for your consideration, and I do want to thank the developers and Dr. Herbert for taking time to meet with us and talk with us. We appreciate that, and we hope to continue doing that, but we still have the concerns that are voiced in the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Gary Laswell, and I live at 4713 Los Plazuelos.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Members of the governing body, thank you for staying late. I'm not going to belabor this. You already heard from some of my neighbors. And the only thing I want to reiterate is that we're just interested in guardrails on the types of land uses that may occur along Beckner. We certainly appreciate the comments made by Dr. Herbert and by Mr. Nenninger. They have good intentions, but again, we're not naive. Things like this can change rapidly, and we may end up with an overly broad zoning classification that allows uses that would not be favorable to our residential community. So I want to just go on record as opposing the rezoning to C2 general commercial. And that's all I need to say. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else here in the chambers who wishes to be heard, or if you haven't spoken and you're on Zoom, if you have spoken, please do take your hand down. If you haven't spoken, put your hand up. Yes, please come forward if you wish to speak at this time.
Dr. Philip Shields, address is 90 Coach Road in Santa Fe, 87506.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I certainly do.
Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for staying late, and I certainly apologize to the neighbors that are not able to stay online or be here. But I just wanted to just make a brief comment that we're neighbors too. We spend a lot of time at the facility. We leave late at night. And one of the last things we want is to invite crime, invite racing, invite businesses that would attract bad actors. And we feel very strongly that the same as our neighbors, that we don't want to attract that to this neighborhood, because we're there late at night walking, we're there late at night, early in the morning, and certainly businesses that promote that we would not encourage at all. And I think things like a medical school bring not only people that want the same things we want, it also brings security. So I think that those are things to think about when we look at what we want there. We have, we look at a restaurant, we want a nice restaurant. Again, it brings security to the neighborhood. So and I hope that we are all in alignment on that. And that's what I'd like to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room or in the Zoom room waiting for a chance to speak on this issue. Madam Clerk, do we have other hands that have not yet spoken?
I do not see any other hands.
Anyone else here who's been waiting their turn very patiently? Now would be the time to come forward. Okay, in that case, we will turn to questions by members of the governing body before it's still a public hearing, and I will entertain same thing we did with our last case, which is individually try to spend a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes with the questions that you feel need to be answered before you could entertain a motion. And if you could be specific who you'd like to come forward to answer your question. We'll start with you, Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that I'd like to start off with the general consensus, and this may be for somebody that has been involved with the master plan of that area in its initial stages, and how does that obviously there was a lot of work put into that and foresight to create a plan that was supposed to be the plan. And I know things change, but what's the percentage of change that this rezone does to the overall master plan that was originally adopted, I think, in 2010?
I'm guessing that's for our staff to address. Okay.
Yeah, for staff, first off.
Mayor, council, members of or Councilor Garcia, let me share my Zoom. So, members of the council, if you look at the 2010 zoning map, this is the original zoning configuration adopted, or when the original master plan amendment came into play. This is what everything started from. So you definitely had quite a bit of mixed use, a little bit more. The mixed use north of Beckner Road has long since gone. That is now R21 and general commercial. The mixed use left is the little boot just located left of that intersection, left of the C1 or right of the C1 and sort of southeast of the intersection and left of the C2. That's the last of the MU, which is part of this request. So what it would look like once the zoning has occurred is you're going to take it from what it is today in the 2024, what it says future land use map, and you're going to convert it to all the red. That's the difference between what it was, where it is now and where it's going to be. And if you looked at where it came from back when it was originally adopted, it's completely different. And I think a lot of that stems from the fact that the train just didn't stop there. It was meant to stop there. It had a different direction when the train was supposed to stop there, but that was nixed by the governor at the time, and everything went in a different direction in order to accommodate what they believed the market was going to bear for this area. And that's how Los Solares has been developing. The master plan amendments that have come before this body have been adopted. And we're at this master plan amendment, which will completely eliminate the mixed use altogether. And I think what I wanted to do for the planning commission is I wanted to show them exactly, what those acreages are. So for R1 zoning, in 2024, you had 3.02 acres. For R6 zoning, you had 46.9 acres. For what was RMLD, or what today is either R10 or R12, you had 81.19 acres. For RM1, or what is now commonly known as R21, you have 28 acres today. For mixed use, you have 9.11 acres left. If the rezoning is passed, you will have 0. For C1, it goes from 50 acres down to 30 acres. And for C2, it goes from 171.5 to 211.1. And then the SC district is still the same at 20 acres. The hospital district is still the same at 39 acres. The BIP, which has an acreage of 10.7 acres, that one goes down to 0 in favor of the C2 district. So as you look at the bar graph just to the right, it shows in green how the C2 district has moved over time and what it would be with the proposal.
So it sounds like mixed use, obviously in this area. I mean, what are the type of things that can be done with mixed use, and why do you think that it's not being attractive in this area for people to?
Across Santa Fe, mixed use has somewhat not been really looked at. You'll find that many people have just used the residential component of mixed use. But because it's attached, the mixed use zoning attaches density based on the height of a building. And that's not really conducive to how developers today wish to increase that density. And then you're required to have a ratio of a percentage of commercial and a percentage of residential, both in the mixed use district. You can't have one or the other except for residential. So if you have commercial, you have to have residential. So it's limited in scope with what most people feel is flexible in order to achieve their goals. And that's why you don't see as many mixed use zonings across the board. And that's why we don't get as many. And it's, as you can see, it's not working for this developer either, so they're changing it. Mixed use did have categories that had distances from certain uses that were adjoining the property, 50 feet. If you take into consideration Beckner Road, it's going to meet those standards. If you eliminate Beckner Road, then they would need a setback of 50 feet from the property line. But as it stands now, with Beckner Road in place and having that 50-foot distance from the property line, most of those uses that are allowed within that MU district that would be triggered, that would trigger a setback, would already be met. What the C2 district does, it does allow for the majority of uses across the board. And it's not that an MU district is limited in scope. It's just that a C2 district is more performance-based. It doesn't have the height restrictions based on density. It's all performance-based. So if you can fit it in there and meet the development plan standards for health, safety, and welfare for all the categories within Chapter 14, we're going to permit it.
Thank you. No further questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I think we'll go to Counselor Cassett now. If you'd like to ask some questions of either the applicant or staff, or for that matter, any of the people who testified as community members and were sworn in, you have the floor, Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for being here. First of all, I do agree that we've had many conversations that starting land use cases at 10:30 at night is not something that works well. Unfortunately, this meeting did start later. That is something for us as we look at these special meetings that we do need to be aware that the reason that we do these special meetings is because we're not supposed to be doing this work late at night. Unfortunately, that did not happen in this case. We need to, this cannot happen again. If we're scheduling a special land use meeting, we cannot be starting it at 7:30 p.m. For the precise reason. I am glad that the petition was able to move forward so that we were able to see those concerns and how represented they were throughout that neighborhood. I do have some questions. Speaking to the specific uses that were really called out as ones that the neighborhood did not want. Based on my understanding from the presentations, those are currently could come to fruition under the current zoning standards. Is that correct? And I think Mr. Esquivel or the applicant, I'm not sure who's there to represent.
I think staff would be best equipped to answer that question. Mr. Esquivel, the question is, some of the concerned uses, are they currently permitted under the zoning as it stands now?
I have never done an actual comparison, but I will bring that up now and put it up for all to see so that it won't take very long.
Do we get to pull up my favorite table of permitted uses chart?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how much I love that one. And while we're pulling, well, actually, go ahead. I don't want to bifurcate your attention.
All right, so what we're looking for is a comparison. So the mixed use is the last column, or the second to last column on this table, and your C2 is kind of in the middle. So for continuing care, group residential, boarding, those are all permitted. They're all uses that are allowed either by special use permit or they're permitted outright.
Well, it sounded like some of the concerns had more to do with, 24-hour
Commercial districts.
commercial districts of gas stations, those types of pieces. I also know cannabis was in there, which I'm curious about because I know that the state put a prohibition for us to actually ban them from any zoning district. So that does become interesting that I'm curious how that works within a specific development plan. Am I recalling that? No, wait, no, hold on. There was something that the state did that made it so we couldn't make it very, very difficult. We were able to put some zoning restrictions on them, but I know cannabis has some interesting considerations based on state law.
So cannabis consumption is a prohibited use in an MU district. Cannabis manufacturing heavy is a prohibited use in a MU district. Cannabis manufacturing light is a prohibited use in a MU district. Cannabis producer, micro business, 200 miniature plants, that is also a prohibited use in the district. Cannabis producer is a prohibited use in an MU district. Cannabis producer indoors prohibited.
Got it.
It definitely looks like most of the cannabis
Okay.
uses are prohibited in an MU district.
Okay, and then we also, I know that BIP was also another one. So I think that, and it looks like with BIP, some of those would be allowed. So it does look like there's a lot of overlap between what is currently allowed per zoning, and what would be allowed in C2 in terms of what are things that are not desired, and which the developer sounds like they are very willing to not have. So I guess, Dan, my next question is, when we are looking at conditions of approval, are there mechanisms by which we can tie the prohibition of those uses? Oh, thank you. That's helpful. Tie the prohibition of those uses to our, if we were to approve a rezone in this area.
Mayor, council, I have, in conjunction with working with the neighborhood as well as a developer, I think some of you will remember the school that went, that came in probably the first ever with 100% support from the neighborhood because the developer worked with them. We did condition a master plan that restricted uses, and we attached that master plan with the ordinance so that it went in perpetuity with the ordinance. But the more restrictive use for limiting uses would be through a PUD. A PUD is an ordinance as opposed to a master plan, which is a resolution, so it carries more weight when it comes to enforcement. While a master plan does have to be followed when a development plan comes in, it's still not as strong as a PUD, which is an overlay. The developer would have to buy into those restrictions to make them really work. Otherwise, they still could come back and request for amendments and augmentations to those conditions at any time, as opposed to having to amend an ordinance, which comes back to the governing body. So
So
you can implement conditions, and you can subject a master plan to conditions, and the developer would have to follow those conditions. But typically, because we've been told by legal that, you don't want to restrict a zoning ordinance that allows somebody with the same district in one area not to have the same rights and privileges of the same district in another area, it could become problematic. So it would require the developer to agree to some of the use conditions associated with some of those uses within the MU district to apply within that C2 district as a condition of approval of the master plan, which would work better because the developer would be cooperative with that master plan.
Okay. Now, does it have to necessarily be based on what's permitted in the MU district, or just, I mean, sounds like there's been a lot of conversation and agreement of what should not be there. But does it necessarily have to align with MU, or can it just simply be based on agreements for the master plan? Because this is already a master planned area. So,
It just wouldn't restrict those uses. My belief would be that if the developer in the neighborhood have talked about specific uses that are of great concern, it can be mitigated through utilizing, like for instance, number 2 on the notes, hours of operation limited to 7 to 10 p.m. for, let's say, your bars, your restaurants, some of those uses that could get loud, that the neighbors would like to have peace and quiet from at certain hours so that they can rest. I mean, that would be a way to mitigate those if the developer is willing to accept those conditions.
okay. And then in terms of the expansion of Beckner, my understanding based on the presentation is that that is not necessarily triggered at this time. That is a potential that could maybe happen in the future. But at this moment is not a necessity if this were to be approved. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's true. The master plan is not going to trigger the widening of Beckner itself. That's going to come from the development plans or the developments that come on the property, and based on those traffic analysis that have to be reviewed by our traffic department. And they are coming pretty close. I would say there's a good chance that the other lanes are going to be triggered once development starts on this property.
Okay. And then this may not be a question for you, as I'm not sure that you are, I know that this is kind of coming out of the Complete Streets Division. I know that there's been a lot of discussion with our traffic engineer, with the MPO, looking at the development of new streets and how those are built in such a way that would discourage in some ways, help prevent, that would provide more traffic calming just on the physical characteristics of the street, as well as providing more safety for multimodal. is that something that could then be really built in as those developments potentially come forward, are proposed, and then a triggering of the expansion of Beckner?
I can certainly include discussion with our traffic department when those issues arise, but I would not be able to speak for them.
Okay, okay, thank you. I believe those are all the questions that I have for you, Dan. Do you mind exiting out of the sharing screen? Thank you. Now I can see you nice and big. If I could speak to the applicant, that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, be mindful of trying to keep within 10 minutes per person. We can come back around, but
All right, great. Last question then. So based on that conversation around putting limits on the development, on master plan, on agreeing to those uses that we're most concerned, really tying that to the master plan, is that something that you guys are willing to be doing at this time?
So we listed those uses for a reason, that we would not do those things and will not do those things. And to the extent it doesn't add months to the process, what our goal is, so that we don't lose an affordable housing developer, I'd say we could agree. But anything that would require, another 6 months, I just don't think makes sense right now. And I don't think it's warranted when you look at what we're asking, and that the development plans will be reviewed and come later. So there might be a faster solution. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't think my client would not be opposed to it. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, I understand that is definitely something that is very crucial. Oh, hi, Carl.
Mr. Mayor and Counselor, yes, there is on the agenda a master plan amendment. You could approve that master plan amendment with the condition that you're talking about at this hearing and say that list of uses, and Brian can tell you what they are because they're in consensus with the petition. So there is a mechanism in front of you tonight to approve the master plan amendment as proposed with the additional conditions. So I think you can achieve what you want to do, achieve what we want to do, without going any further than tonight's hearing, if that's what you prefer.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Summer. That was very helpful, and I will go ahead and yield the floor for now. Thank you all.
thank you. Thanks. And we can come back around. Counselor Marowart.
Thank you. Mr. Escobar, I need you again. Just so we heard in public comment, talking about guardrails, and we've heard a little bit tonight, Counselor Cassett's questions, about some of those guardrails. So we're approving tonight a master plan and a general plan, but to carry out these things, each of these projects are going to, anything that is done within these plans has to come through the process. Can you just help the public and the council understand what I've just said, and maybe say it better than I did?
So the term guardrails is not a term in Chapter 14 with regard to MU, as they were reiterated by somebody who was making comments. There are certain requirements within an MU district that they were talking about that have certain limitations. And one of them is where any of the following uses exist on an adjoining site, group living or household living, uses shall be separated from the following uses by a minimum distance of 50 feet. And then it lists a host of uses that would automatically probably meet that 50-foot because of Beckner Road. When Councilor Cassett was bringing up the uses, we went over some of those uses, and some of those uses had additional notes in an MU district that limited operations or required special use permits for additional review by a public body. It's no longer administrative. Those are also guardrails that limit those within an MU district. And the reason for that is an MU district is both commercial and residential, where here they're just going commercial. Those limits have gone away. So if you wanted to include those uses with those guardrails, on the master plan, when the master plan is, if the master plan is approved as part of this project tonight, then when they come in for their development plan, the staff looks at all of those conditions approval adopted by the governing body and enforces those conditions when those developments come in for development and then ultimately for a building permit. So they're restricted based on those conditions.
Okay, and what we're doing now, I think, does allow for housing, which, is it more than what the way it's currently zoned allows for?
Yes.
Okay. And if the housing is built out, if the residential areas are built out, it seems like that would help with some of the problems that, or some of the things people are afraid of, right? If you build out an area and it's, more mixed in terms of residential and some of the things that they're outlining, maybe you don't have as much room for the racing, or you don't have as, there's just more people watching and living, and I don't know, maybe it doesn't bear fruit, but.
Well, what I heard from one individual is they're using Beckner Road as a drag strip. The development is going to go either is going to be south of Beckner Road, so it won't really limit that. And if development it triggers another road, then you'll have 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes. So the uses that will go on this property won't technically interfere with problems that they're having with Beckner Road. That would have to come from another solution, possibly through some slowing down of the traffic somehow, speed bumps, the normal course of action that when a neighborhood comes to the Public Works Department with a petition for mitigating those issues. That would be the only way that would happen.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
Okay, just to address some of the community's concerns. I know some of us are working on aggressive driving legislation right now. And obviously can't go into a lot of detail, but just know that we are working on this problem. If I could get Dr. Herbert.
Yes, sir.
Don't be scared.
Okay. I'm a little scared.
No. First of all, you have a good reputation. I work in doing healthcare policy at the state level. And so you come to us with a good reputation. I just have some concerns around the medical school being the anchor for the project. I know that right now in New Mexico, there's a capacity on residencies and proctors, and that there's very few places to build more residencies, and there's not money to build more residencies at the state level. There's a group of us, and I believe your lobbyist, she's spectacular, by the way. She works on doing building the residencies, as do about a team of 7 of us, in getting more money for the residencies throughout New Mexico. But the math that I know of is there's a piece of legislation that requires new medical schools to build, I think it's 80 to 100 residency programs. And my concern is that there is not capacity with the existing hospitals to do that. So that's why I'm concerned about it being an anchor for this project, because there isn't money to build those residency programs. And so someone would have to privately fund those residency programs. But even if you had the money through the private sector to do that, those residencies don't exist and can't be built because a lot of the hospitals are capped on their residencies. And so my concern is is there an alternative to the medical school if the medical school isn't a possibility?
I appreciate the question. I brought the medical school project, the dental school project, because it's a pair actually, as an example of something we're trying to develop in this area. Current anchors of the Los Solares project are Nexus Health which is about 41 providers. We see about 160,000 patients a year. On the other end is Presbyterian Hospital. We do believe that that medical focus will draw additional of projects. Okay. I think the medical school discussion will be really good tomorrow. I think there are a lot of possibilities. We have all the right people in the room to make the decisions. And I'm well aware of the barriers you're talking about, and we have ways to get past all of them. We have representatives from Presbyterian Hospital, Loveless Hospital, Nexus Health, all of them coming to the table to support GME. But to be honest with you, this is an aside. Okay. Our issue tonight really is about allowing us to get uniform zoning so we can move forward in an efficient way and move lot lines. All of the uses that everyone's talking about are already allowed. They're already allowed on this property. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good partners. We don't want to develop anything that shouldn't be there. I think this is a great opportunity to do it together. But I don't believe that we're focusing on the right thing right. I think it is about road. We wanted a little flexibility with our parklet. And if we can get our uniform zoning, then we can move forward with administrative lot line adjustments and develop this in a reasonable pace. So does that answer your question, ma'am?
The only reason I brought it up as a concern of mine is that when we were discussing whether or not to hear this item or to table it, I asked the question of how important the medical school was.
Oh, it is an exceptional opportunity that I think we have figured out how to address the barriers you're discussing.
Okay, and then I would also say that there are far less barriers around the School of Dentistry than there will be around a medical school. Like
Agreed, ma'am.
you will get, if you just did a dentist school, you could pull the whole state into that area. Like 100%. I know the difficulties of medical schools and man, dentistry, you will face no obstacles. You will face some sizable obstacles when it comes to a medical school.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel a toothache coming on. So, no, I just want to reiterate with Mr. Esquivel that staff is recommending the approval of these items, correct?
Mayor, Council, Councilor Lindell, yes.
The Planning Commission approved them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just one more comment. Because at this time of night, I don't really need to drone on about this. I think vacant areas draw problems. And probably the sooner this gets developed, the sooner some of these neighborhood problems will go away. Big vacant areas with a road going through and a lot of vacancy around there, the vacancy of the mall at this point. Those kinds of properties draw problems. So good luck with all of this and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier, a colleague had asked if it was necessary to rezone for housing. And the answer was no. Is it necessary to rezone for affordable housing? So I guess this is for staff. I apologize.
Mayor, council, when Los Solares was originally developed, it actually set aside a parcel for affordable housing, which is now developed. If the applicant is bringing in more affordable housing, then that would be a benefit to the city and for the area.
So my question still stands. Is a rezone required to bring in affordable housing?
No.
Okay. It's been proposed that, the justification for this is for lot splits. Is a general plan amendment required for splitting a lot?
Mayor, council, no, but I did find out what their issues were for dividing the property. Chapter 14 requires the lot lines to follow the zoning lines. So if you have a C1 district and a C2 district, but that lot is going to be split somewhere between the two of them for an arrangement, they wouldn't be able to do it until they rezone the property, in which case the lot itself couldn't be created until those lot lines were established by the zoning boundaries.
Understandable. It's got to be split within the specific zone. So I took a look at the different land use codes that are posted on our website. Are those updated? Are those current? Mr. Escobar?
You talking about or in the
It's called the
Muni code?
Yeah, it's permitted uses by zone, and then it lists them all out if you click on it. For example, if I click on C1 permitted uses, it pulls up a document that, and in this instance, C1, it lists 42 different uses for C1 use. And it lists things such as banks, manufactured homes, museums, preschool, schools. So those are still applicable. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so there's, according to what it's currently zoned, which is C1, C2, MU, and BIP. I couldn't find BIP on our website. There's a significant various amount of uses based on the current zoning, if that currently stands, which includes housing, which includes the restaurants that were identified tonight, which were included retail. And so I guess I'm having some concern around here, in regards to the restrictions. Yes, there are restrictions based off the current zone of the area. I think that pertains to any land. And furthermore, I've got some concerns because, the case earlier, we were kind of given the guidance, we've got to follow the code. Well, shouldn't we be following the general plan amendment? I mean, the general plan? And so I guess the last question I have is, aren't we going to be updating the general plan soon? Okay, so why should this proposal not be rolled up into the general plan amendment versus having, as identified in one of the slides earlier, there, I think 4 different times it was amended. Instead of having an additional amendment so close to the time period where we're going to be amending the general plan. And I understand the expediency requested by the developer, but I'm sure there's probably another 100 developers that are wanting land rezoned, and they can't do so because of the general plan. And I think the general plan amendment or the general plan revision and restructuring process is an opportunity for anybody and everybody to bring those requests before. So I'm just of the mindset, if we're going to follow the code, we got to follow the general plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Escobar, can you actually just respond to Councilor Garcia's point? I felt like maybe you had something to say. Did you?
Mayor, council, Counselor Chaps, I'm not quite sure if he was making a statement or if he was asking a question. Um, The general plan is what we use to develop our ordinances for the city of Santa Fe. Establishes a zoning pattern for the city of Santa Fe. And then we as planners put those puzzle pieces together to follow the will of the council. So when somebody is asking for a rezoning, if the general plan future land use map has it designated as something different, they have to change the general plan in order to change in order to make the rezoning for what they want. They can't just do the rezoning without the general plan saying, yes, we're in agreement with this. That requires the council to agree to that general plan and agree to that rezoning. The council has adopted a set of findings within chapter 14 that if somebody is to bring forward a general plan and rezoning, they have to at least establish those findings within chapter 14 that say, yes, if we are to approve this, we know you have met our standards. The council is not under absolutely no obligation to approve any general plan or rezoning. It's not a right given to the applicant like building a house in an R1 district. It's not a permitted right. It's a discretionary item that the council has to agree to. If the council felt that this was the zoning in place and the general plan in place was what they wanted today, as it was yesterday, you don't have to approve the general plan. You don't have to approve the rezoning, in which case the master plan itself falls away.
Great, thank you. Okay, so it is very late and I felt like I was more prepared for my questions like 5 minutes ago. I think the first question I have, comment question. So I really like the idea of this medical plaza. I think that as a state, we are in crisis in regards to medical providers, more so behavioral health providers. Say that one more time, more so behavioral health providers. So I just wanted to get some ideas about or more information about the discussion in regards to workforce housing. Is it geared to recruit medical providers or medical professionals to Santa Fe? Because I feel like it could if we're targeting that population specifically. And I think the medical plaza idea really would do that, which is exciting and could be very beneficial for the community.
Currently, we have about 41 providers at Nexus Health and almost 200 staff members. 30% of my staff commute into Santa Fe because they cannot afford to live. Presbyterian Hospital has close to 550 employees, and 20% of their staff commute into Santa Fe because they cannot afford to live here. We are absolutely committed to finding a workforce housing developer to help my staff live and work in the same city. One of the problems with medical care here is not only there's not enough doctors, there's not enough staff to take care of people. They're not radiology techs, there's not ultrasound techs, there's not lab technicians. They can't afford to live and work here. And so part of our desire is to create a place where we can have projects like this. And the way it's currently broken into 8 different pieces allows us absolutely no flexibility.
Great, thank you. That's very exciting. I feel like it's needed. I'm aware of just the struggles we have, especially with the providers, like you mentioned, some of I'm losing my voice too. Some of the techs, it's really hard when individuals get into the doctor and there's a pending diagnosis, but they have to wait 3 months for imaging, and that's where we're at right now. And it's because those individuals can't afford to live in Santa Fe, or those individuals can't afford to live in Santa Fe with that job. So I think that's very exciting. I want to thank the community for the petitions
the concerns are concerns that need to be addressed, whether this would be approved or not. And so I just want to make that statement. And I think Counselor Cassidy and I like literally texted each other at the same time, like, this is something we have to loop PD in and have a conversation with HOA. So please know that being against this project or opposed to it is not going to necessarily fix the problem, but there are definite things that we could do immediately that would. I also just wanted to, I don't know if anyone could speak to this to confirm it because I'm not the expert, but I agree with what Councillor Lindell said with empty lots bring in concern. I actually feel like having more businesses and having more traffic not only will fill the empty areas, but will also bring more public safety professionals to the area, right? The more populated we have, the more people are going to be patrolling because they have to. So I just wanted to kind of broaden that and just, I don't know if we have any research as a city or anything like that about the empty spaces and crime. I think you could drive down Cerritos and see that it draws, you know, certain behaviors that could be risky to the community. But I don't know land use or if anyone here can kind of confirm that statement, just because we do have community members that are concerned about, you know, filling in the empty space may bring more public safety issues, but I think in fact, filling it is going to actually help. I don't know if anyone could speak to that.
Counselor Carl Summer, I'm not staff, but I could tell you precisely, you know, the vacant property next to the Regal Theater, or used to be the Regal Theater down there. I represent the people that own that. We have had to, they've spent in excess of $40,000 just trying to keep the place from, I mean, the drug and homeless, you know, homeless is a problem, but the crime that is being committed on that property is because it's vacant. Now there's going to be a hotel going in there and that will help alleviate that problem. But you are right, exactly. That big open space, we spent in excess of $45,000 just trying to police it.
Great, thank you for that information. I think that it's a kind of a reverse way of thinking, but it once you kind of hear it and can envision it, it makes sense. But I do have a concern because I have mentioned this and I'm probably going to go past 10 minutes and I'm sorry because I always complain when people do it. I'm going to try not to, but I had mentioned a concern on prior land use cases about the ENN process. I'm sure there is no developer watching us right now, but those of you that know them, it is essential and will lead to your success if you involve the community from the start of your thought process. I've had developers approach me and ask this question, like, how can I get the community to buy in? Make them part of your process. I did see a concern on the petition that there wasn't really good communication with the HOA when the whole ENN process started, and I'm sure there's two sides to that. I'm glad that there's conversations with that now, but you know, it's an absolute must to the success of the community as a whole. And when you're developing in a community, you're becoming part of that community. So getting the community involved with, you know, the plan, the vision is so essential. But since that was a listed concern here, can someone tell me when communication first occurred with the HOA? Because it's in September, but was that, when was, I don't have the date in front of me. When was the ENN held?
The ENN was, I think, November 14th,
Okay.
2023, and I can tell you an answer to that. So I
Thank
went
you.
back and looked at my communication because I keep all the communication on noticing. And I sent a note to the city of Santa Fe, Daniel Alvarado that handles that. And I said, who is the association for, you know, contacts for the estancias? He sent me a list, and on that list, there was a person's name. I emailed her. She said, no, that's not us anymore. I think it's this association. So I did some research and found out who it really was. And I sent the email, and I've got a copy of that. I called them, talked to them, but I don't think they relayed that information back to their own HOA, is my guess. And so, but we did the mailers, we did the notice poster, and I know that there's sometimes the mail's not so reliable. I get that. And I know sometimes the assessor's information maybe is a little outdated too, but we do our best to get that right. It's really important to me. And I agree with you. You have to engage the neighbors from the beginning.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. And I don't know how we can do it better. I know that we probably already do a lot to just make sure everyone's aware of the ENNs, but this has been like a constant complaint from community members. And it might like be down to the HOA or leaders within their community or neighborhoods. I don't know. But I don't know how as a city we could support that process better. It's something we have to do. I totally agree with everything, but I do think that I would want to see the conditions. And so we can approve with the conditions. I would like to hear from staff. I know that you said that as you were okay with that.
I was just going to put on.
Oh, yeah,
record for
absolutely.
you the uses that we had talked about, so you had them fresh in your mind.
Okay.
They were gas stations, auto body, automotive services, packaged liquor stores, bars that are not associated with a restaurant serving food, cannabis production, manufacture, or retail, 24-hour restaurants. Then there was a condition aside from the medical businesses services, which operate, at odd hours, that business hours that would be open to the public would be limited from 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Those are all conditions that you could place on the master plan amendment approval. And that would not require anything, wouldn't be in an ordinance, but it would be a requirement of the master plan that would be enforceable by your land use staff.
Great, thank you. And on top of these conditions, there's also the process. So any development that would come would go through committee, and we have our community members here that would communicate that we hold, this process accountable for what was decided this evening. So I just want to emphasize that. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Because I often comment when I'm not supposed to, Mayor, so I think I'm done
We'll
with
have an
questions.
opportunity for that too, but thank you for calling a halt for the moment. Counselor Castro, you have the floor.
I will just echo the sentiments of my colleague last time. All the smart people made all the smart comments, and thank you so much. I am a little bit adverse and concerned about some of the rhetoric around crime and the unhoused, in particular around some of these developments and empty spaces. And so I just want to remind our community members that crime doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with being unhoused. And there was recently a large criminal operation in the middle of a neighborhood. So based on the zoning, that doesn't really change the circumstances. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, very good. Thank you. That was very, very succinct. I'll just take a couple minutes and then we can go around again if anybody didn't get their questions answered or you want more exploration. I think the guardrail comment has resonated with all of us tonight. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And I think we need to explore ways, not just tonight, but going forward with staff and with the neighborhood and with the developer, and not just in this instance, but in all instances, to see that where appropriate, we can find ways to reassure people that change is not going to be an unlimited Wild West operation, and that there are safeguards and there are both guardrails in terms of uses and also guardrails in terms of changes in ownership or changes in mind of people coming along if the overall plan or ownership of the plan would over time alter. I want to come back to a comment that Councilor Garcia made, just because I think it bears clarification. Mr. Escobar, if I could borrow you for 1 minute, sir. So we're talking about redoing the general plan, which I think is a wonderful thing, and I'm very excited to see it happen. We're about to kick that process off, am I correct?
Mayor, Council, that is correct. You'll be getting a presentation by Janice Biliknikoff soon. I believe she's already been in contact with many of the members. So that is moving forward full steam ahead.
And it's about a 3-year process.
It will take some time. Yes.
The amount of time I was informed would be in the neighborhood of 3 years.
That's the time frame that they're targeting. But yes.
So, all right. So it may be a little more, it may be a little bit less, but it's not an imminent opportunity, because we do have commitments to do all of the things that everybody on the governing body has stipulated tonight ought to be done, which is great outreach, enormous community involvement, input, it's about a 8 or 9 step process to go through the effort to update the city's general plan, which has not been done in a comprehensive way since 1999.
That is correct.
So I do believe it's correct to say it's going to happen. I don't believe it's imminent by most definitions. While you're here, let me just ask one other question for the record. I know you leaned into this once, but we got, this is our second land use case tonight, and they're both very complicated and they're not easy. They do raise issues not only of public interest, but also of due process and also of our own zoning rule, our own rules, our own land use rules. It is correct, just for the record, that the Planning Commission and staff both recommend what is before us tonight.
Mayor Council, that is correct.
So what, as we had in the last case where there was a recommendation in front of us from the Planning Commission and the staff to deny the proposal, in this instance, it is to accept the proposal.
Mayor Council, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure there was no ambiguity about what the process is that brought it to this governing body tonight.
Mayor, can I ask another question?
Councilor Mayor.
And as long as we're on this, the last case to this one, I also just want to point out, there are, as we saw in the last case, rules around what has to be shown in order to grant a variance. And the last case, we voted that that the criteria weren't there according to our rules to grant the variance. In this case, we also have rules, correct, Mr. Esquivel, about how a rezoning gets done.
Mayor Council, Councilor Worth, that is correct. You have 3 sets of findings for each request. So you have a set of finding for the general plan amendments. You have a set of findings for the master plan. You have a set of findings for the ordinances. And the applicant has met the criteria for all 3 components for each and every one of their requests per Chapter 14. That is why we recommended approval to the commission, and that is why the commission recommended approval to the governing body.
Okay. And so, we do have, you can make changes to a general plan. You can make changes to rezoning, but there are rules that have to be followed per our code for how you go about doing that.
Yes.
And so we are not, I want to point out, being inconsistent between the last case and this case. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? This is still the part of the proceeding. We're having the open hearing. There are no other questions from the governing body. Councilor Cassidy, I'm not seeing you on the screen at the moment. I don't know if your hand is up, but I don't want to ignore you.
I'm good, Mayor. I do not have any more questions, just a comment, so I'll wait till that.
All right,
section.
you're exactly right in terms of our process. If we've completed our questioning, then I will close the public hearing portion and I will open it up for discussion and deliberations by members of the governing body. And since you said you had some, Councilor Cassidy, I will turn to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to start. I do want to follow up a little bit of what Councilor Chavez did start discussing in regards to some of the concerns that there are definitely these are problems that we're seeing in the city in terms of feelings of safety and aggressive driving and racing, and that are not necessarily going to be exasperated by a change in zoning, but that, we do take very seriously. And as she mentioned, that we have already started the discussion on how we will, work with the HOA and continue this discussion with different neighborhoods in our district. But I do actually want to discuss, kind of this concern around some of these really challenging issues. as many of you who are my constituents may know, my background is in public health, and actually doing a lot of work with the unhoused population. And we often take a look at, some of these short-term band-aids that we have to put on these issues. But really, we have a very robust conversation in the field around what are those long-term investments that we have to make to look at prevention. This project is actually a very good example of a lot of the things that we need to be addressing these issues on the whole in terms of prevention, which we may not see the benefits of for 10, 20 years. But when we are talking about jobs, when we're talking about housing, when we are talking about opportunity for our youth, that makes a really big difference when we are looking at the prevalence of future mental health issues, issues with addiction. Homelessness comes down to poverty and to housing expenses. When you really start to boil it down and look at the root causes, it's financial issues, and then things often will spiral from there. So I do think that while I understand and very real understanding about concerns of what could potentially happen if things do not go according to plan, and we have had some really wonderful discussion about this today. There's also the question of what happens if things do go according to plan. What are the opportunities that are here? And this is a project and a vision where I really do see a lot of opportunity. I do also want to speak to the conversation on access to amenities. And this is something that I have always taken from Eric Ani of the MPO. I will always give him credit for this phrase that it's not just about affordable housing, it's about affordable living. A lot of people do not have access to cars. Our public transit system in this area is not as beneficial as it could be, as it is in some other parts of the city. And so when we look at having things like grocery stores or childcare or other amenities close by, for those individuals that are going to be able to live in these affordable housing units, the proximity to these types of amenities can actually make the difference between that affordable house, meaning an affordable lifestyle for them, as opposed to an affordable house that does not necessarily have these resources within walking distance. So I understand a lot of these concerns and a lot of these broader social issues that we are dealing with in our city. It is one of the reasons I have fallen in love with land use, is because things like this, which seem, like a very, well, land use is complex, but really seem like we're just talking about zoning and what buildings go where. The quality of life, the social health and public health of our city, the implications for those issues cannot be understated. So this is why I'm in support of this project. And it is also why I, will be, looking at how we, as mentioned, we can put this in the master plan amendment right now, putting down those conditions that have already been discussed and approved, so that we can really make sure that we are moving towards that vision that is going to be beneficial, while also, as we've used the words guardrails a lot, guarding against those concerns. The other thing that I would hope to see with this is, there was a lot of discussion around the Rail Runner. Again, back to public transit and the importance of public transit and a multimodal transit system. We frequently discuss this in terms of, sustainability as well as affordability in our city. It's a bit of a chicken and an egg with public transit. And, we talk about, well, we need to create public transit so people can live there, but it's often density that starts to drive better public transit. So whether this becomes an opportunity for us to advocate for the Rail Runner, I actually had a constituent in this neighborhood reach out to me and say, whatever happened to the station, are we ever going to get it back? Or how it impacts the city's own public transit system The density in this neighborhood actually provides an opportunity that could mitigate that traffic that we are worried about on Beckner, because people would have alternative modes of transportation. But really, density does become a necessity for that. So those are my only comments. And that is really to say, to really tell us, to speak to the neighborhood that it's not that these concerns are not valid. I very much understand them. And yes, these are things that we are experiencing within the city. However, I do think that this project done right, as well as some of the other projects that we are pursuing in this district and around the city, Midtown, of course, always coming to my mind, are some long-term solutions to these issues. While we as a governing body, and Councilor Chavez and I as your representatives for District 4, need to and continue to and have been and will continue to be working on how we kind of deal with these issues in the short term while looking to prevent them in the long term. I hope that made sense at 12:49 at night. And I really do want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for staff. Thank you to my colleagues, for the applicants, and really thank you to the constituents who came out, because this is a really crucial conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think, Mr. Escabel, your hand's up. You have something to add to the conversation, sir, before we go back to the council members.
I did. I took the liberty of constructing a second condition for the master plan if the governing body so chooses to accept it, based on the conversations that were presented in the app. I have showed it to the applicant, and they are in agreement with this. That would be: the following uses shall be prohibited for this master plan amendment affecting Los Solares tracts 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. In addition, except for medical business, those uses are gas station, auto body and automotive services, packaged liquor stores, bars that are not associated with restaurants serving food, cannabis productions, manufacturing, or retail, 24-hour restaurants. In addition, except for medical businesses and services, business hours open to the public are limited between the hours of 7:30 and 11 o'clock p.m. if you so choose to accept that condition.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask other members of the governing body if they have comments they want to make or observations at this time. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it quick. Just going over the current use is allowed. I mean, and we've talked a lot about this kind of medical base camp. I mean, every single identified zone is allowed: medical, dental offices, and clinics. In addition to, I couldn't find the business industrial park identified on the city website, but we've got something called the Business Capital District. That also includes medical, dental offices, and clinics. So that's where I've got my concerns of having to justify this rezone when it's currently allowed. In addition to the medical and dental clinics, there's things like gym facilities, daycares, grocery stores, restaurants, and additional schools, vocational and trade. So I think with the current use, it could be done. I think I don't want to be led down a path of saying, you're not going to get these amenities unless these changes are made. And I just like the prior case, it could be done with the current zoning that's currently allowed. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments from members of the governing body at this time? This is not question time. It's an opportunity to identify your thinking or your thoughts on the matter. Counselor Faulkner, and then we'll go to Counselor Lee Garcia. Counselor Lee Garcia, sir.
Mayor, I think a lot of times we want to give foresight as to what's going to happen here. And at this point, it's just we're changing the zoning, and with that change, and we gotta focus on that. Is the zoning change going to be beneficial to our communities? And there's a lot of fear in that change because we don't know what's going to bring. I would hope that if this does go forward and it does pass, that once again, those that are responsible for making sure that the community is developed in a way that is beneficial to all. I think that some of the comments there is being a good neighbor. If you are to develop commercially, how are you a good neighbor to the people who are living there? You work there. You probably spend most of your time in that area, and so I kind of have faith that that would be your intent. I feel that there will be processes for each individual parcel as it goes forward, which again can be tedious, but I feel that also within the code and the land use department in collaboration with the community, this could potentially be something that's good for the community. I really feel that having these assets for not just District 4, but the whole city is kind of like the direction that we're looking at. So those are just my comments. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayorworth, I think your hand was up.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think the developer's not seeking a change in zoning so that they can necessarily get different things. I think it's more for having what they keep calling a consistency of zoning so that they have similar rules for the entire area and can better plan and actually execute the vision that they have. And so I just want to make that comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to just make one comment and then I'd be happy to entertain motions. I really am struck by the sincerity and the earnestness of the neighbors, and I think they deserve respect and consideration. I'm also very impressed by the vision of the applicant. We hear a lot, and it's a sensitive issue, that the city doesn't give the South Side the same consideration it gives to other parts of our community. This to me is a big idea. It is a big idea and it has the opportunity to benefit the South Side the way big ideas can do. A lot of what we do in our zoning cases and our land use right now has to do with the case we had earlier tonight. It's not insignificant, but it's a specific small piece of land with a very specific use. We do a lot of infill decisions. We do a lot of parcel by parcel decisions. This transcends this small parcel by parcel decisions to try to offer something much more significant and ultimately much more, as I said, visionary for the South Side, to have the benefits of a real integrated development that includes the benefits that we see in lots of other parts of Santa Fe, including amenities, walkable amenities, affordable amenities, healthcare amenities. If we do it piecemeal, we won't get those amenities. If we do it in a comprehensive and thoughtful, strategic way, this stands to be the kind of project that will really remarkably bring new services, opportunities, jobs, housing, healthcare, and quality of life to the South Side in an area that is really important to the city's future. And I think it, done well and done right and done carefully, really does indicate that this city cares about the South Side in ways that go beyond just one smaller project at a time, but really wants to work with the neighbors, with the investors, the developers, the health community, to provide something significantly better and significantly more comprehensive and thoughtful and integrated as a development than would otherwise take place. And so I know it's tough to think about change and to think about the downside potential that change can sometimes trigger. But as Councillor Cassett asked, In our jobs in city government, we often think about what if something goes wrong and we try to prevent it from going wrong. What if this project goes right? What if it works out? What if it provides these amenities, affordable housing, workforce housing, really thoughtful development, integrated development, coordinated in a way that is really bringing new positive energy to the south side. I think it has an enormous amount of upside potential. I know we have to put in those guardrails we talked about, both procedurally and substantively, and I think I'm seeing leaders of this proposal shaking their heads yes, because they agree. And I think the governing body as a unit agrees. So I see it as something that is a constructive response to a feeling of not having enough positive benefits. This could be a step in the right direction for an integrated and coordinated development that would provide those kind of positive developments. And that to me makes it worthwhile voting for. Any other, Counselor, go ahead.
Just gonna make a motion.
I think we've got multiple.
Start the motion process.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've all had our chance to speak our piece.
I think I could piece it together.
I will entertain a motion or series of motions.
Can I read this? The motion to approve case number 2024-7899, Los Solares Master Plan Amendment, changing land use designations for Los Solares Master Plan tracks 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 26 from MU Mixed Use, VIP Business Industrial Park, and C1 General Office to C2 General Commercial, and reducing the width of the utility access and trail corridor La Rambla Trail from 90 feet to 45 feet, subject to the master plan conditions listed in section 3, table 1, master plan conditions and master plan technical corrections listed in attachment A. And with the following conditions, that under the new land use designation of C2, that the following uses will be prohibited to include gas stations, auto repair shops, packaged liquors, stores, bars, or any restaurants that are 24 hours, limiting opening hours from 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m., and any cannabis stores or facilities.
There's a motion. Let's see if there's a second, then we'll take discussion.
Second.
There is a second, and I think Counselor Cassett and Counselor Lindell both have their hands up.
Yes, I believe that we do need to make our motions in order, based on the whatchamacallit.
That's the first one listed.
That was the first one listed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I had that as the fourth one listed, correct?
Mr. Escabel, we're trying to get our ducks in a row here. What is the correct order for whether it's to approve or not to approve? What is the correct order of the considerations for voting?
So within the staff report that was provided, we outlined an exact order of how those how the recommendations have to be structured in order for this to work. So it starts with the general plan amendments, moves to the master plan amendment, and then it ends with the ordinance changes, and you're adopting resolutions with each general plan amendment. So they'll have to have a number given to you with those resolutions, so that they can be added to the resolution when you adopt that resolution. And I think the clerk is ready to issue those numbers when those resolution numbers are requested.
We were looking in the wrong place, so that's on us.
So so we're looking at page 3, I believe, where it identifies the list. And then I do have, if you want to just say per the condition, and I'll just read the condition that I constructed that the applicant has agreed to.
And that would be on number 4, right?
Yeah, but we have to
the
withdraw
plan, right.
the first,
I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, hang on a sec. So we're back at square one, and we're looking for a new motion following the order that is laid out in the,
Page 3.
whether it's to approve or deny, but we need a motion.
A move to approve case number 2024-7898, adopting a resolution amending the general plan future land use map designation from commercial office use to community commercial for Los Solares tracts 21 and 26, plus or minus 8.18 acres, and for tracts 23, 24, plus or minus 13.45 acres.
Second.
The motion and a second on the first of 7 motions. Is there discussion of that item? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I'd entertain a motion on the second of the 7 motions.
Move to approve case number 2024-8852, adopting a resolution amending the general plan, future land use designation from traditional mixed use to use the community commercial for the Las Soleras tract 19 plus or minus 9.11 acres, located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Beckner Road roundabout.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Madam Clerk, did you get that?
No, Mayor, I did not. I apologize.
Can we repeat the maker of the motion and the second?
I made the motion on number 2.
Second.
And Counselor Faulkner seconded. Discussion of that motion. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Do we have a motion on?
Move to approve case number 2024-8854, adopting a resolution amending the general plan future land use designation from commercial business use to community commercial for Los Solares tract 20 plus or minus 10.70 acres located south of the Rail Runner Loop.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion of this motion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
No.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next.
Move to approve case number 2024-7899, adopting a resolution amending Las Soleras Master Plan, land use designation for tracts 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 26 from mixed use and business industrial park and C1 general office to C2 general commercial, and reducing the width of the utility access and trail corridor, La Rambla Trail, from 90 feet to 45 feet, subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections, subject to the conditions.
And the additional condition, which will read, the following uses shall be prohibited for the master plan amendment affecting Los Solares tracts 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. In addition, except for medical businesses and services, business hours open to the public are limited between the hours of 7:30 and 11 o'clock p.m.
Second.
Is there discussion of this one? Counselor Lindell, you have your hand up.
I just wanted to, make sure that the applicant agrees with those conditions that have been put on.
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, councilors, I guess the answer to that is yes, based on what Dan read. What we were trying to ascertain is to make sure that the medical services were excluded from the hours of operation, because as you know, medical, you can have emergencies and situations that go outside of those hours. Thank you.
Could I have those conditions read again, please?
Sure. The following uses shall be prohibited for this master plan amendment affecting the Los Solares tracks 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. In addition, except for medical businesses and services, business hours open to the public are limited to between the hours of 7:30 and 11 o'clock p.m.
Well,
Excludes all medical services.
I'm not comfortable with that. What if some restaurant wants to open up to start serving breakfast at 6 in the morning? I don't see why that couldn't happen. I think that, you know, if we're trying to have restaurants and have a community out there, I don't know why we would not allow a restaurant to open early in the morning.
Mayor, Council, Council Lindell, this condition was developed by the applicant. Well, it wasn't a condition. These were the matters that were of concern to the neighbors when they went and discussed with those neighbors. And because of that discussion, they brought that forward to this council. All I did is structure their agreement in a condition form to attach to the master plan.
So you structured that. What if I want to structure it so that it says 6 in the morning?
Then we'd have to withdraw a motion and make another motion. They're not.
Councilors, you could amend the motion.
You could amend the motion if there were a concern about uses that are, I think Councilor Lindell raises an interesting question, which is we're regulating things from here that may end up in the neighborhood's interest, not necessarily being what they want, which is, could we please have a early bird breakfast opportunity? It's really hard to legislate these things at 1:10 in the morning.
Right, but we're talking about a lot of medical people that work over there, and whether it's on their way to work or done with a shift and want to get together and have breakfast together at an early morning, or people in the neighborhood on their way to work.
Is there a breakfast place open now?
We're gonna find
Can
out.
we go to breakfast after this?
Denny's is always open.
I think that it serves the neighborhood better to change that hour of 7:30 is late.
Or just amend it so that you're just focused on a closing and not an opening.
I see Councilor Cassett's hand is up. She's a breakfast person.
Well, I'm a coffee person, and I will say that I know that most of the time when I do not have coffee at home, there's nowhere open except for Starbucks before 7 a.m. So that is actually a trend that I see throughout the city. Now, I find it very irritating because if I wake up at 6 a.m. and I don't get coffee by 6:15, the world doesn't want to be around me. But in general, I have seen that to be kind of the trend in the city. I don't know if this is something that can be discussed later, but I do really appreciate the applicant being willing to take a look at what the neighborhood is requesting.
I think Counselor Chavez has it.
I have a
Let's-
solution.
Let's not belabor this any longer, please.
I have a solution. I think that we just need to focus on a closing. I think that's the bigger concern. So let's do within the condition a closing of by 11 p.m. However, I'm gonna throw another thing into this is when we heard from the developer, it seemed like there was agreement on specific facilities that you were okay with not being developed in these areas, and I would like those to be listed on those conditions. Oh, he's got him. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So that was something that was missed. So if we could just amend the condition or motion to amend the condition. Dan, you're the man.
Give me just
Okay,
one moment to.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I could just see a loophole there where somebody closes at 12 and opens at 12:30.
Well, There.
6:30? 6? I mean, it's a bit of an arbitrary number at this point. It's a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's a very, it's an odd,
Let's do 11 to 5 a.m. I mean, 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
So the amended condition, based on the conversation, I have the following uses shall be prohibited for this master plan amendment affecting Los Solares tracks 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20, and 26. In addition, except for medical business and services, business hours open to the public shall cease by 11 p.m.
Start it.
I didn't put an opening because,
We're gonna put an opening in there,
Is
5
there-
a.m. to 11 p.m.
so I can keep the previous, leave that out and say, except for medical businesses and services, business hours open to the public are limited between the hours of 5 a.m. and 11 p.m.
Second.
okay, we have an amended motion. Is there, we have to vote on the amendment, but then we have to talk about whether we. Yeah,
Just have
Counselor.
a clarifying
Ask-
comment on this. There was a list of uses that included gas stations, correct?
Gas
That
stations,
were listed.
auto body and automotive services, packaged liquor stores, bars that are not associated with a restaurant serving food, cannabis production, manufacturing, or retail, and 24-hour restaurants.
And that'll be on the condition. So everything Mr. Escabel just read, there's a motion and a second. There's an amendment, motion second.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Nope.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Move to approve,
Yep, go. We have to vote on the main motion.
move to approve.
That's as amended. So the motion is to approve it as amended. Is there discussion of that? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion as amended?
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Nope.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. We need another,
Move to approve case number 2024-7900, adopting Bill 2825-01, changing the official zoning map designation from C1 General Office to C2 General Commercial for Los Solares tracks 21 and 26, plus or minus 8.18 acres located at the southeast quadrant of the Los Solares Beckner Road roundabout, and tracks 23 and 24, plus or minus 13.45 acres located at the southeast quadrant of the Los Solares Beckner Road roundabout.
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Lee Garcia, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Nope.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Absolutely.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Move to approve case number 2024-8855, adopting bill 2025-3, changing the official zoning map designation from Business Industrial Park to C2 General Commercial, Las Solares Track 20, plus or minus 10.77 acres located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Beckner Road roundabout.
Did you skip number 6 in our,
Oh, I apologize. I skipped number 6. I will withdraw that motion. Move, move to approve case number 2024-8853, adopting bill 2025-2, changing the official zoning map designation from mixed use to C2 general commercial from Las Solares Tract 19, 9.11 acres located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Beckner Road roundabout.
there's a motion and a second to approve. Is there discussion? Let's call the roll.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Nope.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
very
Move
good.
to approve case number 2024, adopting Bill 2025-03, changing the official zoning map designation from BIP Business Industrial Park to C2 General Commercial Los Solares Tract 20, plus minus 10.70 acres located southwest of the Walking Rain Road, Beckner Road roundabout.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you.
Like to make a motion that we postpone our executive session to our next.
Yes, but before you do that, I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight, staying with us so late. I apologize that it dragged on so long. Land use cases, including the one that was prior to this, have a tendency to be complicated and require a great deal of discussion before we get to an outcome. And so thank you for being with us, whether you're on Zoom or in the room. It's worth the time and energy. These are really important issues. So thank you all. Now with that, I turn to you, Counselor Castro.
I would like to make a motion that we postpone our executive session to our next governing body meeting.
Second.
We have a just quick conversation here
Yes.
about the caption for the agenda. You can just make it generic, right? Something as to like, consideration of, I don't know. Around whether, just to put it on the
Regarding
agenda.
potential, so I can do the executive session generally as it is now regarding regarding the specific case. I think it would be helpful to know what the interest is before then, but you can make, yes.
Okay.
We don't need
so-
to include one if no one wants to appeal though.
Okay. Okay, so, and you can talk to everybody prior to that.
Everyone is, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's, I just was
Yeah, I
confused
hear you.
about how you were going to proceed, or whether the caption needed to be generic so that we could have an executive session and hold out that option.
Thank you. Any other discussion about the motion to, yes, Counselor Garcia, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it'd be better to be safe than sorry. Just add a vote on a potential appeal to the agenda, and if we don't need it, we can dismiss it. Add it to the agenda. I mean, it's as easy as that. If we don't need to take action, we won't take action on it.
Very good. Any other comments? So the motion in front of us is to take the executive session and postpone it till our next governing body meeting. All in favor? I guess it's not a voice vote. Would you please call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Aye.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. We're going to be adjourned.